Chapter 605, Player's Paradise. After Xiaofan confirmed his decision, the heavy stone doors slowly parted. Meanwhile, Xiaofang's remaining time in the World Summit instantly decreased by 50 minutes. When he entered the shrine, he was greeted by a staircase that led to the top of the shrine. Engraved runes and pictures decorated the staircase's walls. Among them, there were even images of gods before the Great Destruction. Xiaofan ascended the shrine's staircase, step by step. In the beginning, Xiaofan had not felt anything out of the ordinary. However, by the time he was halfway to the top, he felt something off. Why has the gravity here increased? Xiaofang's physical control was quite strong. As he took another step up, he felt the gravity increase by 10%. Although the gravity had only increased from 1 to 1g, this small change would affect his skill completion rates, resulting in a decrease in his combat power. However, since Xiaofan had already entered the shrine, he had no intentions of leaving. If he could not even overcome a single bronze shrine, obtaining the Bible of Darkness would be a pipe dream. Xiaofan continued to ascend, step by step. However, he was no longer as fast as before, as with every 10 steps, the gravity increased. And with each change, Xiaofan needed some time to adapt. By the time Xiaofan reached the top of the shrine, the gravity had shifted to 4g. Exposed to such an intense shift, even Xiaofan was significantly affected. The room at the top of the shrine was not large. It was roughly the size of a basketball court. Aside from a black stone coffin in the room's center, the area was empty. Xiaofan approached the center of the room. When he was 10 yards away from the stone coffin, golden runes suddenly emerged on its black surface. A moment later, a golden magic array began to expand from the stone coffin, enveloping Xiaofan with it. A barrier? Xiaofan glanced at his surroundings. Golden, translucent walls enclosed the area around him, trapping him with the stone coffin. Just as Xiaofan considered his escape options, a semi-transparent figure materialized inside the barrier. This figure was actually Xiaofan himself. Both the figure's appearance and apparel were exactly like his own. Shrine Guard. Level 32. HP 20,000/20,000. Am I supposed to defeat him? Xiaofan frowned at the Shrine Guard, his expression becoming somewhat solemn. Xiaofan only required one critical hit to finish off the Shrine Guard's 20,000 HP. However, he did not dare to casually approach the Shrine Guard because, currently, his intuition warned him that, should he approach the guard, only death awaited him. Xiaofan was a player that was capable of defeating a lord by himself, yet, against this Shrine Guard, who only had 20,000 HP, he was utterly helpless. "Are you too scared to approach me?" the Shrine Guard asked, laughing. Xiaofan could not help his shock when he heard the Shrine Guard's human-like speech and behavior. In his memories, only high-tiered NPCs were capable of such performances. He had never heard of a common monster behaving like this. It was obvious that the Shrine Guard was an extraordinary existence. "I don't have a death wish." Xiaofan shook his head, growing more certain of his intuition's warning. "Not bad. You have actually discerned the gap in strength between us. However, rest assured, since you have already made it here, there is no danger. On the contrary, I have a reward for you," the Shrine Guard said, laughing. "Reward? What kind of reward?" Xiaofan did not think that an NPC would trick him, and there was no need to do so. This NPC was certainly far stronger than himself. The Shrine Guard could simply kill him if he wanted to. "I will help you become stronger." The Shrine Guard then explained, "I can offer you guidance on one swordsman skill. How much you learn depends on you, of course. However, you don't have much time left. You only have 49 minutes remaining. Guidance on a swordsman's skill." Xiaofan was surprised. When he thought back to the price required to enter the bronze shrine, he immediately understood. Hurriedly, he said, "I would like you to give me pointers on chop." Xiaofan had plenty of swordsman skills. However, there were some he used frequently and some he only used occasionally. Among them, he used chop most often. Although his magic weapon had allowed his skill completion rate to rise significantly, he was still far from achieving a 100% skill completion rate. "You've made a wise decision. Watch me carefully, then." The shrine guard nodded. He then began to flow through the motions of chop. The shrine guard's body leaned forward and swung the abyssal blade in his hand. The abyssal blade then began to blur. In the next moment, it was as if the space in front of the shrine guard broke as a faint spatial crack appeared. The shrine guard's chop was completely different than Xiaofan's. How is this possible? Xiaofan was at a loss for words. His skill completion rate with chop was over 95%, and he was extremely close to reaching perfection. However, whenever he used chop, it always appeared in the form of 3 sword lights resembling full moons that gathered at a single point. However, these 3 sword lights did not appear when the shrine guard used chop. From the beginning, there had only been a single sword light. Moreover, the shrine guard's swing had not been particularly fast, so Xiaofan could see the skill being executed very clearly. However, the most frightening aspect was the power the shrine guard's chop had displayed. Xiaofan could sense that the shrine guard's strength and constitution and his own were exactly the same. The only difference was that the shrine guard had slightly more HP. Yet, the shrine guard's chop could tear apart space itself. Although the spatial crack that had formed seemed very small, the might it contained was sufficient to kill him instantly. Despite the shrine guard's speed and power being ordinary, he was actually able to display such frightening power. Confused, the shrine guard asked, smiling. "Emicham." Xiaofan nodded and admitted shamelessly. No matter what was said or done, he was a top-tier expert in God's domain who had reached the flowing water realm. Although he still could not compete with those apex experts in the past, he was not that far away from reaching their level. Yet, the chop the shrine guard had executed shattered his conception of the skill known as chop. If you don't understand, I will display the skill a few more times. You can also experience it for yourself. Rest assured, while inside this barrier, you will not receive any damage. The shrine guard spoke like a teacher who guided his student carefully. Hearing this, Xiaofan quickly sought the shrine guard's guidance. If one wished to improve on their techniques, the fastest way to do so was through actual combat. Previously, he had kept a distance between himself and the shrine guard, worried that the NPC would kill him. Now that he knew the NPC intended to help him improve his ability with the skill, he would not hold back. Immediately, he displayed his best chop and began battling the shrine guard. Since Xiaofan attacked him, the shrine guard replied with a chop of his own. When the 2 swords collided, sparks flew into the air around them. Pang! In one moment, Xiaofan sent a chop at the shrine guard, and in the next moment, his body left an imprint on the barrier's wall. There was even a faint spatial crack lingering in Xiaofan's original position. Is this a super-perfect skill? Xiaofan stared at the shrine guard with a stupefied expression. His mind replayed the shrine guard's sword swing. Regarding speed, Xiaofan was definitely the victor. Moreover, he had prepared to dodge the NPC's attack beforehand. However, before he had any chance to dodge, the shrine guard's sword had collided with his own. He instantly felt a tremendous power flow into his hand. In the next moment, he had been thrown backward. Xiaofan was still badly shaken by the shrine guard's attack. Fortunately, this was only a lecture. Otherwise, the NPC's attack might have really killed him. He and the shrine guard were worlds apart from each other. Perfect, the shrine guard laughed. Nothing is perfect in this world. It is only because your vision is limited, and you are confined to your own world. Nothing is perfect. Xiaofan thought about the skill completion rate's limit of 100%. Yet, the shrine guard had said that nothing was perfect. Could the skill completion rate possibly exceed 100%? The more Xiaofan thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. Otherwise, why would his chop, which neared a 100% completion rate, be so inferior to the shrine guards? Following which, Xiaofan faced off against the shrine guard again and again. Although every exchange ended in Xiaofang's utter defeat, the more Xiaofan fought, the more his excitement grew. He felt as if he had caught onto something that he had never noticed before. He had placed too much importance on his body, trying too hard to replicate a skill's template motions that had been provided by the system. He had forgotten to think outside of the box. As Xiaofan traded blows with the shrine guard, his skill completion rate continued to rise. 96%. 97%. 98%. It should feel like. Xiaofan leaned forward. He no longer pursued ultimate speed as he swung his sword along the air's resistance. Suddenly, a spatial crack appeared before him. Chop's skill completion rate reached 101%. Chapter 606, Epic Shrine. This is a really wonderful feeling. When Xiaofan looked at the black fissure before him, he could not help but recall the sensation he felt when he drew his sword before. Unfortunately, he had only achieved this super-perfect completion rate accidentally. Trying to grasp this feeling was akin to trying to catch a dream. Just as Xiaofan was about to commence another bout with the shrine guard, the sound of a system notification suddenly entered his ears. System, active duration of the shrine has ended. Player will be sent out of the shrine in 3 seconds. Time's up already? Xiaofan could not help his surprise. He felt as if he had fought against the shrine guard for only a short while. He still had many questions he wished to gain answers to. Yet, before he realized it, 50 minutes had already elapsed. By the time Xiaofan snapped out of his daze, he was already back outside the gates of the bronze shrine. Xiaofan still wanted to enter the shrine again. However, the system notified him that he had already opened this shrine once before and that he would have to wait another 7 days before he could open it again. Truly a pity. If I were to practice there for a few more hours, I might be able to grab a hold of that feeling, Xiaofan silently lamented. In God's domain, whether it be a player's combat techniques or skill usage, both were learned through self-experimentation. There was no teacher to guide players on these topics. The system only provided a holographic video of the template motions of a skill. The rest was up to the players themselves to experiment and practice. Having someone specially teaching them how to use their skills was definitely a heaven-sent opportunity. After all, having a guide was far more efficient than groping for answers in the dark. The learning speed would definitely be more than 10 times faster. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many players who couldn't achieve a 100% skill completion rate. I wonder what kind of rewards the other shrines have. Expectations welled up inside Xiaofan. Just a single bronze shrine had provided him with such a guidance reward. What would the mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, dark gold, and epic ranked shrines have in store for him? Thinking up to this point, Xiaofan no longer wasted any more time. He immediately activated Windwalk and dashed towards the peak of the world summit. Xiaofan could determine the rank of a shrine based on its location on the world summit. The higher the rank of a shrine, the closer to the pinnacle it lay. However, the world summit was simply too massive. It was many times larger than White River City. Despite continually alternating between Windwalk, Wind Rider, and Speed Scrolls, Xiaofan had reached only the middle section of the world summit after running for 3 full hours. He still couldn't see the peak of the mountain from where he stood. On the other hand, the shrines at the foot of the mountain were no more than little dots in his eyes now. I have managed to reach the area of the fine gold shrines only after 3 hours, that's 6 special elite kills gone. Even if an expert player were to come here, they would not be able to obtain the reward of the fine gold shrines. Xiaofan had tried checking one of the fine gold shrines earlier, and it required him to spend 200 minutes just to open it. It should be known that the current elite players of God's domain were only capable of contending against an elite monster of the same level, while ordinary experts were capable of opposing up to a special elite of the same level. Only first-rate experts could fight a chieftain of the same level. As for top-tier experts, they were capable of contending against a lord of the same level. In order to arrive at this place and open the doors of a fine gold shrine, a player would need to defeat 2 chieftains and 8 special elites, obtaining 440 minutes, at the very least. In other words, an extremely powerful first-rate expert would barely be able to open the doors of a fine gold shrine and obtain the reward stored within it. I have only reached the middle section of the mountain. Just how long do I have to continue running to reach the epic rank section? Xiaofan grew somewhat worried. Xiaofan discovered that the distance between shrines also grew wider the further up he went. He had only reached the edge of the fine gold shrine area right now. He still had to traverse the dark gold area to arrive at the epic area. He also had to spend time searching for the right epic shrine. Moreover, he had obtained the epic shrine key by the skin of his teeth. He had no idea how much time was required to open the doors of an epic shrine. In the off chance that he did not have enough. This place really is damnable. I can't use the aura of space's spatial movement here. Only the aura of wind speed increase and wind rider are of some help. The rules of the World Summit were thoroughly exasperating. If Xiaofan could use spatial movement here, he could travel a distance of 400,000 yards in just 1 second, saving him hours in travel time. Time passed by quickly. After running for another 5 hours, Xiaofan finally arrived before a shrine that was over 300 meters in height. The shrines around this area were completely different from the ones he had seen before. This is an epic shrine? Xiaofan muttered as he looked at the mountain-like shrine. The shrines he encountered before were all inanimate objects. On the other hand, the epic shrines here had frightening auras. Xiaofan even began to wonder whether terrifying monsters lived in these shrines. Done admiring the shrine before him, Xiaofan walked up and touched its doors. System, Epic Shrine Key detected. You are qualified to open the doors of the Epic Shrine. Do you wish to spend 1,000 minutes to open them? 1,000 minutes? Xiaofan breathed out a sigh of relief. I still have slightly more than 1,600 minutes right now. I will have plenty of time remaining even after I open an Epic Shrine. I should be able to locate the shrine storing the Bible of Darkness within 600 minutes. The World Summit had a large number of shrines, and the same held true even for epic shrines. Xiaofan counted 9 epic shrines just within his range of vision. There were also plenty more up above. He guessed that the total number of epic shrines on the World Summit exceeded 100. These shrines were different from each other. There was a huge difference just in terms of the elemental mana surrounding these shrines. Some shrines released bright and dazzling elemental mana, and others released flaming elemental mana. Even shrines that released the same type of mana would have different images engraved on their doors, images of angels, demons, and many other races. Some shrine doors even depicted gods. Hence, Xiaofan would not have difficulty looking for the shrine that contained the Bible of Darkness, so long as he had sufficient time. The Bible of Darkness is a treasure of the demon race. It should be stored in one of the demonic shrines of the darkness element. Although Xiaofan had little understanding of the World Summit, he knew quite a lot regarding mana. A curse was categorized as a darkness skill. Since it was a great demon who had cursed him, the great demon knew how to cast darkness spells. This meant that the Bible of Darkness had to be related to a shrine of the darkness element. With a target in mind, Xiaofan quickly began his search. Very easily, he had managed to locate 5 darkness shrines. Among them, only 2 belonged to the demon race. Meanwhile, of these 2 shrines, one belonged to the Lord of Destruction, while the other belonged to the Lord of Nightmares. The Bible of Darkness was a descriptive record of all demons written by the Lord of Destruction. Rumor had it that as long as one managed to control the Bible of Darkness, they would become the Lord of Demons, with all demons obedient to their commands. Without hesitation, Xiaofan opened the Lord of Destruction's shrine. When the black stone doors parted, an ancient aura washed over him. Xiaofan could feel the origin of destruction contained within this aura. The pressure he felt coming from within the shrine was far more powerful than what he had felt from the Tier 5 fallen angel he encountered before. Amazing. It is only a shrine. There is clearly no living being inside, yet it gives off such an overwhelming pressure. As expected of the Lord of Destruction's shrine, Xiaofan exclaimed. Heavenly Dragon's power, activate. The immense pressure made even walking a difficult task for Xiaofan. However, after activating Heavenly Dragon's power, the weight pressing down on him lessened significantly. He was then able to enter the shrine with relative ease. Chapter 607, Magic Device. The moment Xiaofan stepped into the shrine, it was as if he had arrived in another world. He could hear the chirping of birds and smell the fragrance of flowers. Verdant trees and grass filled his vision. Instead of a shrine, this place looked more like a garden. Fallen Angel. Inside the garden, Xiaofan immediately discovered the fallen angel that had killed him previously. 3 pairs of pitch-black wings, a perfect, enchanting body, long and slender legs, as well as that jade-white skin and flawless face. Of all the women Xiaofan knew, only the great divine official Charlene was a match for this fallen angel. Any other woman standing before her would simply pale in comparison. Human, you sure are fast, the Tier 5 fallen angel giggled as she looked at Xiaofan with her aquamarine eyes. You adventurers are truly blessed by the heavens, being born with an immortal soul. Even we would find it difficult to thoroughly kill you adventurers. Even until now, Xiaofan still got chills whenever he thought back to how the fallen angel had killed him instantly. Most likely, only a few players throughout the entire God's domain could rival that near-perfect combat technique. If he had not known that only rewards, and no punishments, awaited him inside these shrines, he would have long since fled this shrine. My name is Serena. Come over. You entered the World Summit normally this time, so I won't kill you, Serena laughed as she beckoned Xiaofan with her hand. Since you've managed to make it to this place, it shows that you indeed possess some ability. I can give you 2 options. 2 options? Xiaofan asked curiously. Though I say options, in reality, they are just 2 reward methods. Serena nodded lightly. The first option is obtaining the Bible of Darkness that is stored in this place directly. The second option is undertaking a small test. Through the second option, you will not only obtain the Bible of Darkness but also have a chance to win these items. Serena waved her hand lightly. Suddenly, 3 rainbow treasure chests appeared in midair. The first rainbow treasure chest contained a large number of soul crystals. A simple glance told Xiaofan that there were over 100 crystals at the very minimum. In the dark den, the soul crystal was the foundation of all development. A sudden infusion of more than 100 soul crystals would definitely increase a shelter's strength significantly. The second rainbow treasure chest contained a black stone tablet that looked similar to the Chapter of Darkness. However, the name displayed was Chapter of Shelter. It could be used to immediately promote a shelter by a single rank, up to a maximum of large shelter. There's such a good item available as well? Sure enough, the rewards of an epic shrine are astonishing. Xiaofan grew very excited when he saw these 2 rewards. Promoting the shelters found inside the dark den was extremely difficult. Besides the astronomical number of soul crystals required, players also needed to complete a series of quests in order to promote a shelter. The manpower and resources necessary to do so were extremely daunting. Even the shelter at District 1 had yet to be promoted to a large shelter until now. One could just imagine how difficult a feat it was. Only a shelter supported by a large guild was capable of becoming a large shelter after amassing all the resources collected by the multiple shelters controlled by said guild. Once he obtained the chapter of shelter, he could immediately upgrade a medium shelter to a large shelter. This would be of immense help for District 1's shelter, which was under Zero Wing's control. However, when Serena opened the third rainbow treasure chest, Xiaofan was thoroughly stupefied. Magic device forging design. Xiaofan's eyes turned bloodshot as he looked at the dilapidated design inside the treasure chest. He could not help but wish he could snatch it up right away. Oh! I did not think that a human like you would know about this item. Since you know about magic devices, then you must know what a magic device forging design represents. Its value is only slightly lower than the Bible of Darknesses. You humans, however, would probably appraise the design more highly. The fallen angel Serena smiled in satisfaction upon seeing Xiaofan's reaction. Say it, then. Which reward do you choose? At these words, Xiaofan fell silent. A product of God's domain's magical civilization when it was at its peak, the magic device represented the pinnacle of alchemy, forging, and engineering combined, as well as the end of the era of the gods. Even the lowest-ranked bronze magic device boosted a player's strength to a whole new level, not to mention a magic device forging design. Even the lowest-ranked bronze magic device forging design could provoke a war between guilds. In the past, when a mysterious iron magic device forging design had appeared, over a dozen countries and more than 100 guilds had fought over it. Multiple super guilds had also participated. The death toll for that war was innumerable. A rough estimation had pegged it at 5 million. In the end, a super guild had emerged victorious. As for Shadow, which had been a second-rate guild back then, it had not dared to even participate in the war. It could only stand on the sidelines and watch. Now that a magic device forging design appeared right in front of him, how could Xiaofan not grow excited? Magic devices were similar to the mana armor kits. In the magic device's case, however, it did not increase any basic attributes. Instead, it was mounted on a weapon to increase the weapon's strength. Every weapon could only mount one magic device. After God's domain underwent its third evolution, whether it was a battle against players or against monsters, an injury would reduce a player's combat power. And while players could rely on heals to recover from their injuries, the deterioration of their weapons was inevitable. It was especially true when players fought against high-ranking monsters. Unless one's weapon was of high quality, players would have great difficulty injuring a lord and reducing its combat power since lords had skin that was as hard as steel. Meanwhile, a magic device could be used to strengthen a weapon. Not only could it make a weapon sharper, but it could also bestow special effects such as reduced weight, increased weight, hardness, mirage, paralysis, and other effects that could improve a player's combat power significantly. Most importantly, magic devices were not consumable items. Like inlaid gemstones, they could be taken off the weapons they were mounted on. Whether it was a level 1 common weapon or a level 200 epic weapon, players could freely transfer their magic devices between them. This was the reason why players were so attracted to magic devices. However, magic devices were extremely difficult to produce, hence, production volumes were very low. Even after reaching level 100, most players still did not have their own magic devices. In the past, as the guild leader of a second-rate guild, Xiaofan owned only a mysterious iron magic device, even after he was over level 100. As for other independent experts, they possessed only bronze magic devices. If he could obtain a magic device forging design right now, it would definitely become one of Zero Wing's trump cards. Have you come to a decision? Serena asked, smiling as she flourished the magic device forging design in her hand. Time waits for no one. You only have 3 minutes to decide. If you do not give me an answer, I will take it as you picking the first option, and you may leave once you obtain the Bible of Darkness. To hell with it. Xiaofan looked at the fallen angel, a passionate flame burning in his heart. I choose the second option. Both the chapter of shelter and the magic device forging design were items that were not easily acquired. The difficulty of obtaining the magic device forging design was even above that for an epic item. Otherwise, magic devices wouldn't have been so rare in the past. Good. I knew you were a smart man. Let's begin, then. Serena smiled in satisfaction. She then waved her hand. The entire garden promptly vanished, and replacing it was a volcanic hell. Molten magma surrounded a 40-yard area of solid ground. The ambient temperature was scorching hot. Any ordinary player would most likely broil to death slowly. Only someone like Xiaofan, who possessed high fire resistance, could stay in this place for long periods of time. Meanwhile, the gravity here had also increased to 3G, which would greatly affect a player's mobility. Come, then. If you can defeat me, you win, Serena said, smiling as she looked down at Xiaofan from midair. Chapter 608, Tier 2 Taboo Skill. Originally, Serena had anticipated seeing a look of horror on Xiaofan's face. However, even after she had revealed the contents of the test, Xiaofan did not evince any shock. On the contrary, it seemed as if he felt that the test was totally reasonable. Don't you feel surprised that the final test actually requires you to defeat me? Serena asked, a perplexed expression on her face as she looked at Xiaofan. A Tier 1 human against a Tier 5 fallen angel. With such a massive gap, even a person with a stable mentality would feel despair. And if not despair, then at the very least, anger, as this was obviously not a fair contest. Yet, Xiaofan remained unfazed by this revelation, so how could she not be surprised? Since the rewards are so bountiful, I naturally prepared for the worst. Not to mention, I really don't have a choice, do I? Xiaofan laughed, a helpless smile on his face. There were no free lunches in God's domain. Not to mention, the rewards of the test were of such a frightening caliber. It seems that you understand the rules of the world quite well, so it wasn't just luck that prompted you to pick the second option. Serena squinted her aquamarine eyes slightly as she looked at Xiaofan. At this moment, she no longer looked down at the human before her. Curling her blood-red lips into a seductive smile, she continued, if you had chosen the first option, then the Bible of Darkness you would have received would have been a replica. As for the second option, while you may fail the test, you will still obtain the real Bible of Darkness regardless. Although Xiaofan had guessed that this was the case, he inwardly felt relieved to hear these words directly from the fallen angel herself. When all was said and done, the Bible of Darkness was a treasure left behind by the Lord of Destruction. How could it possibly be that easy for players to acquire it? Since you are already clear on the situation, I will explain the rules of the test. Serena raised her brows slightly and continued in a low tone, the rules are very simple. You will not die while inside this area. Both our strengths will also be suppressed to Tier 1. It will be your win as long as you are able to defeat me in the remaining time you possess. Both suppressed to the standard of a Tier 1? Xiaofan frowned. Although both their strengths would be suppressed to the standard of a Tier 1 class in the upcoming test, fallen angels were higher beings. Not only were they born much stronger than other beings, but they also wielded many more skills. Even at Tier 1, Serena's combat power would most likely be at the peak of an ordinary Tier 2 class or above. She was stronger than even a High Lord of the same level. There was actually a possibility that her combat power approached that of a Great Lord. If there are no problems, you may begin attacking as much as you want. Serena smiled faintly as she sent Xiaofan a teasing look. Rest assured, I'll make sure to hold back plenty. I also won't use any Tier 3 or Tier 4 skills. Despite Serena's reassurance, Xiaofan had no intention of attacking her just yet. Even without using Tier 3 or Tier 4 skills, a Tier 1 fallen angel can still kill me easily using Tier 2 skills. He smiled bitterly as he took in Serena's leisurely attitude. Xiaofan had a very clear understanding of his own strength. Although he had grasped plenty of powerful skills, they were all Tier 1 skills. As for Tier 2 magic scrolls, while he had quite a few on him right now, his opponent had Tier 2 skills, which she could use indefinitely. The only trump card he had was twofold Berserk. If he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation simultaneously, he would gain the ability to contend against a High Lord for a short period of time. However, engaging a Tier 1 fallen angel in melee combat was simply suicidal. I have close to 10 hours left. It would be pointless to charge into battle right now. My only option is to wait for the cooldown of Dragon's power to end. Xiaofan was in no hurry. He then sat on the ground, resting as he quietly observed the fallen angel before him. Earlier, when he was entering the shrine, he was forced to use Heavenly Dragon's power to resist the intense pressure. If he fought Serena, a fallen angel who had the attributes of a High Lord, without twofold Berserk, he would just be seeking his own death. Fortunately, the condition to clear the test was only to defeat Serena, not to kill her. There was a massive difference between these two conditions. Defeat meant that he was only required to cause a certain amount of damage to Serena. After all, even if Serena simply stood still and allowed him to attack her freely, he would not be able to kill her within 20 seconds. Currently, although Serena was only level 32, she had a total of 5 million HP. Tier 1 skills are definitely useless against Serena. In terms of combat techniques, she is also far superior to me. If I wish to defeat her, my only option is to rely on Tier 2 magic scrolls. Although Xiaofan had his ultimate skill, Flame Burst, this skill was meaningless if his weapon could not connect with his opponent. Not to mention, in a direct clash of power, Serena would trounce him. Having thought up to this point, Xiaofan suddenly stood up. He then replaced the aura of wind with the aura of fire and cast Firestorm at Serena. The platform he currently stood on only had an area of 40 yards. Firestorm certainly covered most of it. At level 7, Firestorm's might could easily rival a Tier 2 large-scale destruction spell. A tsunami of flames descended from the sky. However, just as the flames were about to engulf Serena, her finger suddenly moved. In the blink of an eye, she had finished writing the runes required to cast Frost Storm, a Tier 2 large-scale destruction spell. In the next moment, fire and ice clashed, filling the space around the platform with steam. Meanwhile, Xiaofang's Firestorm did not even manage to touch the fallen angel. Fallen angels with high intelligence are really difficult to handle. Xiaofan was not surprised. In the virtual reality games of the past, there would only be two possible outcomes when a player used a skill, either the skill hit, or missed. There was no third possibility. In God's domain, however, one would encounter various scenarios when attacking using a skill. Aside from hitting or missing, it was also possible for the skill to be blocked, offset, or unraveled. Blocking a skill would result in one taking a small amount of damage, and normally, this was an action that most lords were capable of. However, offsetting or unraveling a skill was a feat that was doable only for high-tiered monsters and NPCs. Meanwhile, the method Serena had used to deal with Xiaofang's Firestorm was to offset it using a skill of her own. When one successfully offset a skill, they would not receive any damage whatsoever. If even Firestorm is useless against her, my Tier 2 magic scrolls would most likely yield similar results. Xiaofan felt a huge headache when he looked at Serena, who was currently hovering in midair. It would be great if Kite were here right now. Kite was a dark gold ranked personal guard. With his strength as a Tier 2 sword master, he could not overcome a Great Lord, which was equivalent to a Tier 3 class, but he could still pin it down for some time. His strength should not be below that of the Tier 1 fallen angel Serena. Invincible within the same tier? A sudden inspiration came to Xiaofan as he looked at Serena's smiling face. Taboo skill. Taboo skills possessed the power to transcend tiers. Meanwhile, although Serena's strength was currently suppressed to Tier 1, her frightening basic attributes and arsenal of Tier 2 skills made her invincible even against ordinary Tier 2 classes. However, if a Tier 2 player managed to grasp a Tier 2 taboo skill, they would similarly become an invincible existence among other Tier 2 classes. Thank goodness I did not store Instant Strike inside my warehouse. As long as I manage to learn it, even if I cannot kill Serena, I still have a chance to defeat her. Xiaofang's eyes glowed. Immediately, he retrieved the skill book of the Tier 2 taboo skill from his bag and began poring over it carefully. After half an hour passed, Xiaofan felt that he was ready. If he wanted to learn the Tier 2 taboo skill Instant Strike, the first way to do so was to collect 100 thunder crystals, which was obviously impossible. The second option was to achieve a 100% skill completion rate. Previously, it had indeed been impossible for him to achieve a 100% completion rate for Instant Strike. However, after the Abyssal Blade was upgraded, his compatibility with the magic weapon had increased significantly. With the help of the 100-berry wine, which he had obtained from Blue Frost, he definitely had a chance to achieve a 100% skill completion rate right now. Hence, Xiaofan drank a bottle of 100-berry wine and began rehearsing the Tier 2 taboo skill Instant Strike. Trying to learn a Tier 2 taboo skill? Serena revealed a faint smile. Not a bad idea. Unfortunately, the time you have left isn't enough for you to do so. Taboo skills required long periods of bitter training. There were no shortcuts available. Even a gifted person would require several days or over a dozen days to learn a Tier 2 taboo skill. Xiaofan did not have much time left. It was simply impossible for him to succeed in learning the taboo skill in such a short period of time. Chapter 609, Instant Strike. While Xiaofan was continuously rehearsing the Tier 2 taboo skill Instant Strike, a great upheaval rocked the evil ghost domain. The entire District 5 was destroyed overnight, and over half of the district's players had disappeared. To the players in the evil ghost domain, this was an inconceivable situation. Just what could actually wipe out the evil ghost domain's 5th-ranking shelter? Not a single shelter in the evil ghost domain would be capable of going up against such a frightening power. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis filled the air of the entire evil ghost domain. District 1's shelter. Leader Frost, what are we supposed to do now? Best Reincarnation, the leader of the second party, asked worriedly. Based on the information we discovered, it seems that the assault on District 5 comprised of a large number of powerful monsters, all level 40 and above. There were actually numerous lords participating in the monster assault as well. However, this is still not the scariest part. When our players went to investigate the situation at District 5, they encountered some survivors from the shelter. According to the survivors, the ones responsible for annihilating their District 5 were not actually those lords. Instead, it was the doing of a much more powerful monster. However, as they had been too far from the monster at the time, they did not get a clear look at what that monster was. They only know that that monster had annihilated hundreds of players with just a wave of its hand using black flames. It instantly killed even District 5's strongest player, Punishment Day. If we remain in this area, it is quite likely that we will encounter that monster as well. Although District 1 is a lot stronger than District 5, against that rank of monster, we simply stand no chance at all. Everyone present fell silent at Best Reincarnation's words. The enemy that obliterated District 5 was just too terrifying. It had not been easy for them to raise their shelter to the rank it had today. If it was destroyed, then their shelter's rank would also fall by 1, dropping from a medium shelter to a small shelter. If that happened, the advantage of the 100-berry wine they had possessed all this time would vanish as well. There was also no telling whether they would be able to obtain the 100-berry wine again the next time they upgraded their shelter to a medium shelter. Yet, if they moved their shelter to a low-level area, the distance they had to travel every day would be extremely long and time-consuming. They would most likely have to spend the entire day running just to commute between their leveling spots and the shelter. This would greatly impact the development of the shelter. Everyone, listen to me. This is an opportunity for our District 1, Blue Frost said after pondering for some time, an excited smile on his face. Opportunity? What opportunity? Everyone could not understand what was going through Blue Frost's mind. I believe that you guys have heard of this as well. After the incident with District 5, many shelters that previously refused to join a guild force began changing their minds one after another. They are all trying to gain the protection of shelters run by guild forces. In the worst-case scenario, they can also migrate directly to the large shelters of the guild forces and develop themselves there, Blue Frost said. Meanwhile, our District 1 has also joined Zero Wing. However, unlike the other shelters, the guild we joined is very strong. You guys must have seen the teleportation magic array design for yourselves. Brother Yifeng has also stated that, so long as we manage to gather the necessary materials, he will construct a teleportation magic array for our shelter. If we manage to annex the other shelters right now, our position in Zero Wing will also rise. I believe that nobody present wishes to remain as just the party leader of a shelter, right? All the party leaders expressed their agreement with Blue Frost's words. The things Zero Wing had revealed so far were already enough to show just how powerful the guild was, particularly the frightening combat power Xiaofan had displayed as well as the funds that he had transferred to them. Zero Wing had even provided them with a training facility. As long as they made contributions to Zero Wing and raised their positions within the guild, they would be able to head to Jinhai City's Big Dipper Training Center and undergo special training for their combat techniques. Every city had their own martial arts dojos and training centers. If one wanted to improve their combat techniques, it was definitely better to have someone guiding them. They had previously conducted some investigations in the real world regarding the Big Dipper Training Center. The moment they checked, however, they were shocked. The Big Dipper Training Center actually had a martial arts master overseeing it. Currently, the Big Dipper was already a famous training center, and many professional fighters from the surrounding cities had gone there to train. It was no longer a place that ordinary people could enter. Moreover, the amount one had to pay in order to become a member there was also not something ordinary people could afford. Although their knowledge regarding first-rate guilds was lacking, they knew full well just how precious a martial arts master was. A martial arts master was the ultimate force of humans. If they could receive pointers from a martial arts master, their combat techniques in God's domain would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would allow them to undergo special training directly at the Big Dipper. The guild's financial prowess and influence had thoroughly shattered their perception of ordinary gaming guilds. Although they had earned quite a lot of money from playing God's domain, they were still far from being able to afford establishments like the Big Dipper Training Center. If they could climb their way up to Zero Wing's upper management, they would not have to worry about earning enough to support themselves in the future. I'm sure everyone clearly understands what a teleportation magic array represents. What we need to do now is annex the other shelters and obtain the materials required for the teleportation magic array as soon as possible. Even if we retreat from this area, we can simply rely on the teleportation array to return here in the future. After listening to Blue Frost's explanation, everyone nodded in agreement one after another. Previously, they had found it simply too difficult to gain control over the other shelters in the evil ghost domain. However, that changed after the incident with District 5. If they had a teleportation array, the amount of money and resources they could earn would be endless. Hence, the various party leaders began arranging workforces to collect the materials required for the teleportation magic array. At the same time, they also tried persuading the other shelters to subordinate themselves to District 1's shelter. That way, the members of these shelters would get to use the teleportation array of District 1. Inside the Darkness Shrine, Xiaofan had already been rehearsing Instant Strike for 5 hours continuously now. After just 5 hours of practice, it was as if Xiaofan was a veteran who had been practicing Instant Strike for many years. His movements when executing the Taboo skill were practically the same as the holographic video provided by the skill book. I'm still off by a little. Sure enough, a Tier 2 Taboo skill is not that easy to master. Although Xiaofan had already given his all to trying to raise his completion rate, his best record was 95%. Right now, he could not increase it by even an additional %. Moreover, he had only managed to achieve this result because of the Abyssal Blade and the 100-berry wine. Otherwise, he would have taken several days to reach a 95% skill completion rate with Instant Strike. He did not have much time left to practice. Each bottle of 100-berry wine lasted only 1 hour, and he had just 3 more bottles on hand. They would not last him till the very end. Human, you should give up. The might of a Tier 2 Taboo skill is simply too immense. It is not that I am trying to look down on you. However, if you wish to grasp a Tier 2 Taboo skill, you will need another 10 days of hard work at the very least. Serena could discern Xiaofang's current progress in a single glance. Presently, you have already grasped the motions of the Taboo skill completely. Unfortunately, your comprehension of the skill is lacking. With the remaining 5 hours you have, you would be fortunate to raise your completion rate by even just another 1%. Lacking comprehension? Xiaofan thought so as well. It was just like when he had achieved a 101% completion rate with Chop. That feeling had gone by in a flash, and he could not grab hold of it even if he wanted to. Comprehension? Compatibility? Does the comprehension Serena is speaking of refer to compatibility? Xiaofan did not give it too much thought. He did not have much time left, not enough to wait out the 10-day cooldown to challenge the World Summit again. He then took out all the 100-berry wine in his bag and consumed all 3 bottles in rapid succession. Even with Xiaofang's willpower and mental power, he still grew dizzy. The 100-berry wine was just like the black steel beer. The more one drank, the better the effect. Correspondingly, however, the side effects also grew stronger. It was best if players drank just 1 bottle at a time to maintain a clear mind, as players could steadily improve their completion rates and look for any shortcomings in their movements throughout the beverage's effective duration. Consuming too many bottles at once could result in players losing themselves to the alcohol. Now, Xiaofan downed 3 bottles in one go. His compatibility rate instantly soared. This feeling is really great. At this moment, Xiaofan felt as if he had become one with his sword. When he drew the Abyssal Blade and executed Instant Strike, each and every one of his movements felt light and natural. There was no excess power in any of his actions at all. Then, Xiaofang's initially smooth movements suddenly changed. The afterimages of the Abyssal Blade, which were originally created due to Xiaofang's overly fast speed, suddenly vanished. The Abyssal Blade in Xiaofang's hand also became clear and visible. In the next moment, faint blue electric arcs manifested around Xiaofang's body, filling the air with crackling sounds. The places these electric arcs touched also charred. System: Instant Strike skill completion rate 100%. Chapter 610, Higher Realm. Arcs of electricity continuously sparked around Xiaofan. Although the electric arcs were tiny, the destructive power they contained was practically equivalent to a Tier 2 lightning spell. He actually succeeded. A shocked expression appeared on Serena's beautiful face. Learning a Taboo skill was an enormous challenge. It was the same for both players and NPCs with high intelligence. In order to learn a taboo skill, one had to go through long periods of arduous training as well as achieve a certain degree of comprehension regarding the taboo skill. Serena wasn't the only one who was shocked by this result. Even Xiaofan himself was quite shocked. It was extremely difficult for a Tier 1 class to learn a Tier 1 taboo skill, not to mention a Tier 2 taboo skill. Moreover, instant strikes requirements were exceedingly high even for a Tier 2 taboo skill. Achieving 100% completion rate on a taboo skill was a feat Xiaofan had never managed, despite having been a Tier 3 Sword King in the past. In this life, however, he had actually done so while he was still a Tier 1 class. This was simply a dream. 99 more times to go. I need to hurry up. Although Xiaofan was currently somewhat drunk, he was still able to maintain a relatively clear consciousness. To make sure he did not forget the feeling from before, he hurriedly continued with his rehearsal. Unfortunately, none of his next 3 tries managed to achieve a 100% completion rate at all. The highest he reached was 97%. He had only managed to achieve the 100% completion rate before due to luck. On this point, Xiaofan was very certain. However, now that there was a first, achieving 100% again would become much easier. Following which, Xiaofan continuously tried to recall the feeling he had felt before. His skill completion rate gradually increased as well, and soon after, he managed to maintain a stable 99%. He was only a thread away from 100%. Not only do I have to control my own body, but I also have to learn how to adapt to the external environment around me and constantly adjust to the environment. As Xiaofan reviewed his memories, he did not only think about when he achieved a 100% completion rate with Instant Strike but also when he had achieved a 101% completion rate with Chop. Whether it was the Refinement Realm or the Flowing Water Realm, both pursued internal control. Before, the Tier 5 Fallen Angel Serena had stated that he had already done very well in terms of movement and that he was only missing a little comprehension. If it was said that comprehension was compatibility, and that compatibility was adaptation, then what he needed to do was adapt to the environment. If he used the same methods to execute a skill in different environments, the results would naturally be different. This was just like how going from an ordinary environment to a high-gravity one would greatly affect a player's skill completion rate. However, what if this change to the environment was extremely subtle? It was highly possible that ignoring this minor change was the reason why players would never able to achieve a 100% skill completion rate, regardless of how perfect their movements were. Just as Xiaofan continued drawing his sword and adapting to the surrounding air flow, the friction between his sword and the air suddenly generated a small spark. This small spark immediately attracted countless arcs of electricity to circle around Xiaofan's body. System: Instant Strike skill completion rate 100%. Sure enough, the progression in control goes from internal to external. Is this what the higher realm feels like? Xiaofan finally discovered the direction he needed to take to advance. With a clear direction in mind, Xiaofan no longer focused his concentration on his own body but instead shifted it towards his environment. As Xiaofan grew increasingly familiar with his surroundings, the 100% skill completion rate of Instant Strike grew more frequent as well. Currently, Xiaofan was achieving a 100% skill completion rate about once every 4 times he executed Instant Strike. Moreover, during the process of swinging his sword, Xiaofan was also constantly making minor adjustments to better adapt his movements to the external environment. After training for another half an hour, Xiaofan's improvement was undeniable. He was able to achieve a 100% skill completion rate practically every other time he executed Instant Strike. Before an hour had even passed since drinking the 3 bottles of 100-berry wine, he had already executed 100 Instant Strikes with a 100% completion rate. After Xiaofan completed an Instant Strike that achieved a 100% completion rate for the 100th time, electricity purified his entire body, his skin becoming glossier and the muscles all over his body growing denser and more powerful. System: You have learned Instant Strike. Obtained basic lightning physique. Why does my body feel a lot lighter? Xiaofan was greatly shocked when he saw the faint blue electric arcs coursing around his body. Carefully feeling out the changes to his own body, he exclaimed, "This lightning physique really is mysterious. The gravity my body is under should still be 3g. Yet, the effect the increased gravity has on my body has clearly decreased significantly even though none of my attributes have changed. Right now, the effect feels like the equivalent to a gravity of 1.5g. After the third evolution of God's domain, the gravitational system had impacted the combat power of players significantly. Meanwhile, now that Xiaofang's body had undergone such changes, it would become much easier for him to adapt to his environment. The current state he was in was similar to being under the effects of the 100-berry wine. Although the lightning physique's effects were very much inferior to the 100-berry wines, the fact that it was always active was a huge advantage. This instant strike is simply fantastic. It is actually able to improve a player's physique as well. No wonder it was so difficult to learn. In the past, Xiaofan had heard of some taboo skills in God's domain that when successfully learned, would provide players with additional rewards. However, these taboo skills were usually high-tiered ones. He never expected that the Tier 2 instant strike was one such taboo skill. Physique was a kind of hidden attribute in God's domain. If a player's attributes reached a certain level, they would be able to trigger an extraordinary physique, allowing them to carry out feats that were definitely impossible in the real world. This kind of hidden attribute could not be viewed by players, so it was extremely difficult to alter or improve it. However, this kind of hidden attribute would have a significant impact on a player's combat power. After resting for a while and recovering his mental state, Xiaofan walked up to Serena, smiling as he said, "Miss Serena, sorry for the long wait. Let us begin now." Currently, not only had he mastered the Tier 2 taboo skill Instant Strike, but he had also obtained the basic lightning physique. Not only did his body feel lighter right now, but its flexibility had also increased significantly. Xiaofan even felt that his reflexes had sped up. However, his reaction speed was still a far cry from that of a gifted talent like Soaring Snake. Not bad. Despite being a mere mortal, you have actually managed to grasp a Tier 2 taboo skill while still being at Tier 1. Come, give me your best shot. Hopefully, you are able to entertain me for a little while, Serena said, licking her lips as she looked at Xiaofan. The moment Serena was done speaking, the surrounding magma started roiling. The ground also began trembling as the fallen angel released a frightening aura. Is this the power of a Tier 1 fallen angel? Xiaofan gulped down a mouthful of saliva. He knew that Serena had finally gotten serious. Just her aura alone was enough to render him breathless. Heavenly Dragon's power, activate. Blade Liberation, activate. Xiaofan was unwilling to lag behind. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation, his strength attribute was now equivalent to a High Lord of the same level. The instant Xiaofan activated twofold Berserk, he tilted his body forward slightly. He then activated Phantom Kill and had his doppelganger get ready as well. Xiaofang's sudden increase in strength surprised Serena somewhat. She had not thought the little human before her was capable of reaching such a level. She then stretched out her right hand. Instantly, a golden holy sword appeared in her hand. Countless wind blades wrapped around her weapon. She cast a Tier 2 skill, Storm Blade, at Xiaofan right away. Countless swords of light instantly surged towards Xiaofan and his doppelganger. Meanwhile, Xiaofan and his doppelganger also simultaneously activated the Tier 2 taboo skill Instant Strike. Shwa! Both Xiaofan and his doppelganger disappeared from where they stood to instantly appear beside Serena. Both swordsmen then began brandishing their swords at the fallen angel. Instant Strike, when activated, increased its user's attack speed by 500% for a short period of time. Originally, Xiaofang's attack speed was already terrifying. Now, Xiaofan and his doppelganger sent out dozens of sword lights in the time it took to take a single breath. Moreover, these sword lights had appeared practically simultaneously, with none ahead or behind the others. Such a fast attack. Serena's gaze sharpened as another golden holy sword appeared in her other hand. She then parried the barrage of attacks sent at her. Pung! 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 Serena's sword technique was flawless. Every movement of hers was utterly efficient as she blocked dozens of attacks continuously. However, even if Serena's defense were more perfect, there was still a limit to her attack speed. In the end, Xiaofan managed to cut Serena's arm with the abyssal blade, causing -1 damage to the fallen angel. When Xiaofan saw the compulsory -1 damage he dealt, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Such a powerful Tier 2 Taboo skill. You were actually able to break through my defense. Serena looked at the bloody cut on her arm. Gently moving her finger across the wound, she instantly returned her skin to its unblemished state. Then she looked at Xiaofan, saying, "Although I don't want to admit it, since you were able to injure me, it is your win. You may take these items and leave." Chapter 611, Shrine Rewards. After Serena was done speaking, the fallen angel suddenly vanished. At the same time, the volcanic hell that surrounded Xiaofan transformed into a golden shrine with an altar before him. 3 rainbow treasure chests were stacked up one upon another on the altar, and placed on top of these treasure chests was a thick and heavy black leather book. Victory at last! Xiaofan breathed out a sigh of relief. Serena was just too powerful. Whether it was in terms of techniques or basic attributes, he was far inferior to the fallen angel. Xiaofan and his doppelganger had sent out over 100 attacks within the 3 seconds of instant strike's duration. Yet, Xiaofan had only managed to land a hit on Serena at the very last second. The fallen angel's strength was simply terrifying. Most likely, even Kite would not be a match for Serena, who had suppressed her strength to Tier 1. If Serena had suppressed her strength to Tier 2 instead of Tier 1, he would not have stood a chance against her at all. Although Xiaofan had only managed to get through the test after immense difficulty, his harvest was similarly huge. During his 3 seconds of frantic attacking, Xiaofan had thoroughly experienced Serena's perfect sword defense technique firsthand. He had seen for himself the sword technique of an NPC standing at the peak of God's domain. This was not something just any player would get to enjoy, as normally, they would have killed with a single hit. After Xiaofan reviewed his memories of the previous battle a few times, he walked up to the altar and carefully picked up the black leather book. As soon as he did so, he felt a hard stare. Moreover, this feeling was not just limited to one person staring at him. Instead, he felt the gazes of a vast number of people. Every one of these gazes felt cold and violent. It was as if his body had submerged in a chilling, icy hell. Sure enough, the Bible of Darkness is not an ordinary item. Xiaofan activated omniscient eyes and appraised the black leather book. Bible of Darkness, fragmented legendary item. The Bible of Darkness had been destroyed during the Great Destruction. However, the power of darkness contained within the Bible is extreme. If one can gather the other fragments, they can restore the Bible's power, gaining dominance over all demonic creatures and become the Lord of Demons. It's actually a fragmented legendary item? I heard that the Bible of Darkness Fantasy Extinguisher was an epic item. Was the one he obtained a replica? Xiaofan muttered, feeling rather surprised as he looked at the quality of the Bible of Darkness in his hands. However, after giving it some thought, Xiaofan felt it was possible. With how powerful Serena was, Fantasy Extinguisher should not have been able to injure the fallen angel at all with the strength he had at that time. It was highly possible that he had chosen the first option instead. Meanwhile, Fantasy Extinguisher had managed to become a peerless expert in the Black Dragon Empire thanks to the Bible of Darkness. With the help of the Bible of Darkness, Fantasy Extinguisher managed not only to become exceedingly powerful himself but also to increase the strength of his guild significantly. Only afterward did Blue Frost and the others from District 1 shine brightly. Back then, countless guilds had looked at Fantasy Extinguisher enviously. There was nothing remarkable about owning a single epic item. However, the Bible of Darkness was no ordinary epic item, as it held the power to increase the overall strength of a guild. The Bible of Darkness was capable of strengthening players with the power of darkness. Not only could players receive a huge boost in attributes, but they could also obtain an enhanced skill corresponding to their classes. This was the reason why the Fantasy Shrine had managed to form the invincible Black Demon Legion in the past, allowing the guild to become one of the tyrants of the Black Dragon Empire. Back then, even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion had not been a match for the Black Demon Legion. If Fantasy Extinguisher had gained such achievements by relying on a replica, what would have happened if he had obtained the real Bible of Darkness? Most likely, the entire Black Dragon Empire would have fallen into the Fantasy Shrine's hands. Xiaofan inwardly grew excited as he looked at the Bible of Darkness in his hands. He had finally completed one of the steps required to become an overlord in God's domain. Whether it was the magic weapon Abyssal Blade or the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath, both were items that focused on increasing his personal strength. They were of little use in raising the overall strength of his guild. However, the Bible of Darkness was different. It was an item focused on increasing the overall strength of many players. With the Bible of Darkness in hand, he would be able to form a group of Black Demon Guards. With his special training plan, he would be able to quickly establish a Black Demon Legion that surpassed even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion. At that time, who, in Star Moon Kingdom, would be able to compete with him? After some fantasizing, Xiaofan then stored the Bible of Darkness and shifted his gaze towards the 3 rainbow treasure chests. I have really made a killing from the epic quest this time. Not only did I get a fragmented legendary item, but I also obtained a chapter of shelter and a magic device forging design. Xiaofan laughed. He quickly tucked the contents of all 3 rainbow treasure chests into his bag. The first rainbow treasure chest contained 188 soul crystals. Though Xiaofan himself had no use for these things, he would be able to upgrade the Lion's Bar to a 2-star bar with this many soul crystals. At that time, the production volume of the 100-berry wine would increase to a level barely enough to supply the upper echelons of both District 1 and 0 Wing. The second rainbow treasure chest contained the chapter of shelter. Before coming to the World Summit, Xiaofan had asked Blue Frost about large shelters in detail. If a small shelter was akin to a small village, then a medium shelter was a small town, while a large shelter was a large town. Why were so many guild forces madly accumulating resources and were adamant in upgrading a shelter to a large shelter? It was because larger shelters possessed a certain degree of self-defense. The number of players a shelter could hold was not unlimited. If players wished to become a resident of a shelter, they had to register themselves with said shelter. Meanwhile, the number of players a shelter could register was limited. If there was no cap to registration, players within the Dark Den would have long since migrated to the best shelters available to develop themselves. It was also precisely this limitation that severely restricted the development speed of a shelter. A small shelter could register a maximum of 10,000 players, which was roughly equivalent to the member count of a small guild. Medium shelters could register up to 30,000 players, which was roughly equivalent to the player population of a small town. Aside from having a larger population, players could also construct some specialty buildings such as the Lion's Bar in a medium shelter. The overall strength of a medium shelter was significantly higher than a small shelter's. Meanwhile, when a medium shelter was upgraded to a large shelter, the number of players the shelter could register would undergo a qualitative change, directly increasing to 100,000. That number could practically rival the member count of a second-rate guild. Moreover, the functions of the shelter would also increase notably. The increase was not limited to just the skill books and specialty supplied, players of the shelter would also be able to tame mounts. Mounts could be said to be the lifeblood of players residing within the Dark Denver. With no teleportation magic arrays in the Dark Den, players could only rely on their own 2 feet to travel to their desired destinations. With a mount, the mobility of players would improve significantly, and as a result, their strength would also rise much faster than before. Hence, the various guild forces were desperately accumulating resources in order to create a large shelter of their own. This was also why plenty of independent shelters subordinated themselves to guild forces. As long as they joined a guild force, they could head to the large shelter controlled by said guild force and purchase mounts. Otherwise, they would have to wait until their own shelters were promoted into large shelters or try their luck in large-scale team dungeons. Now that Xiaofan had the chapter of shelter, he could directly promote the shelter of District 1 to a large shelter. The players inside the shelter could then begin to accumulate funds and resources. As soon as they reached a sufficient level, they would be able to purchase a mount of their own. Compared to the players of other shelters, the players of District 1 would be able to save up on plenty of time. Although I've obtained the chapter of shelter, I still don't have a way to return to the shelter right now. It seems that I can only wait until the cooldown of the position teleportation scroll ends before making another trip to District 1's shelter. Xiaofan suddenly recalled that he had arrived at the central area of the Dark Den through a teleportation gate. As for the method of returning to the evil ghost domain, he had no idea whatsoever. With the items he came for in hand, Xiaofan did not continue idling around inside the Lord of Destruction's shrine. He took out a return scroll and began chanting the incantation required to teleport back to White River City. After 20 seconds passed, Xiaofan transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the shrine. Chapter 612, Winds Have Changed. White River City Teleportation Hall. Due to Zero Wing's ever-growing fame and the Candlelight Trading Firm's wide array of high-end products, many players were attracted to White River City. Currently, one could see plenty of players forming dungeon raiding parties in the wide and spacious teleportation hall. The prosperity and liveliness here were far more intense than in Star Moon City. The moment Xiaofan stepped out of the teleportation hall, he could feel the hustle and bustle that filled the city. Other than a large number of independent players who filled the city streets, there were also plenty of guild players. These guild players' average levels were very high. Although they could not compare to the players in the Dark Den, most of these guild players were still level 27 or 28. That was still quite high in the current God's domain. These guild players also wore fine gold and secret silver equipment. They were the envy of ordinary players. That guild is amazing. Its members' equipment looks so amazing. They should be catching up to the powerful guilds in White River City. I've heard of that guild before. It's called Heaven's Burial, and it's one of the newly established White River City guilds. Although it is a new guild, it is very powerful. So far, Heaven's Burial has already raided many 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons and is in the midst of planning to raid 50-man team dungeons. I also heard that the guild has a very powerful backer. A strong backer isn't the only thing Heaven's Burial has. A few hours ago, one of Heaven's Burial's experts managed to break into the 4th floor of the Divine Colosseum. It is the 10th guild in White River City to set foot on the Divine Colosseum's 4th floor. I've been to the newly launched Divine Colosseum as well and paid 1 magic crystal to challenge it. The challenges are insanely difficult. I only managed to reach the 2nd floor after exhausting myself. And I died the moment I set foot on the 2nd floor. In the end, I only got 1 silver as a reward. It was a serious loss. Heaven's Burial is amazing. Even Zero Wing, the most powerful guild in White River City, has only advanced to the Colosseum's 5th floor. The Divine Colosseum, which had recently appeared in God's domain, drew the interest and attention of many players, and every conversation was related to it in one way or another. After God's domain had undergone its third evolution, combat in the game had become more difficult for players. The Divine Colosseum was a very good place to train their combat techniques. Only, training there was too expensive. Moreover, the Colosseum only accepted magic crystals as currency. This had caused the price of magic crystals to skyrocket overnight. Since the third system upgrade, the price of magic crystals had doubled. Sure enough, that which should arrive, will arrive. Xiaofan was frustrated as he swept a glance over the members of Heaven's Burial. Before the third evolution of God's domain, international corporations had only prepared to invest in God's domain. As for other smaller corporations, they had not paid much attention to this particular investment route. However, with the launch of the Divine Colosseum, God's domain's popularity began to show signs of overtaking the fighting competitions in the real world. This situation drove corporations, both big and small, around the world towards the game. With a potential gold mine in sight, these corporations began to increase their investments in the game. For a time, countless new guilds emerged throughout God's domain, all wishing to take a bite of the pie known as God's domain. Among these corporations, several major investors looked to Star Moon Kingdom. Some bought shares of long-standing guilds, while others chose to establish their own guilds. Among these newly established guilds, 3 stood out: Cloud9, Yin Yang Court, and Heaven's Burial. In the past, Heaven Burial had started developing itself in Star Moon City. The guild was clearly ambitious. While Ouroboros and the Star Alliance had been busy fighting each other, Heaven's Burial had taken advantage of the situation and solidified its position in Star Moon City in one fell swoop. In the end, it had even forced the 2 first-rate guilds to suffer quite a few hardships. Xiaofan had never expected that, after White River City began to show signs of becoming the #1 city in Star Moon Kingdom, Heaven's Burial would run to White River City to develop itself. Moreover, of the newly established guilds Xiaofan had seen so far, Heaven's Burial wasn't the only one of the top 3 newbies to establish itself in White River City. He also saw members of both Cloud9 and Yin Yang Court. Interesting. Everyone's has come to White River City trying to take a bite out of the fat piece of meat that I cooked up. Do they really think that Zero Wing is some kind of pushover? Xiaofan could not help but smile. Zero Wing indeed possessed plenty of enemies. In the dark, Underworld lurked and spat like a viper. In the light, they had also provoked the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. As Xiaofan made his way to White River City's library, he discovered that, despite having only been away from the city for a short time, many players had acquired their own NPC guards. NPC guards had become beacons of hope for many powerless players. At the same time, these NPC guards had also received attention from the various large guilds. As a result, these NPCs' development speeds were unusually fast. Players who were trying to become merchants were especially interested in these NPC guards. In God's domain, players' activities were not limited to killing monsters out in the fields. Players could also take on all sorts of quests. Many merchant players, who did not possess any combat power, could rely on NPC guards when carrying out special quests. However, the majority of the quests did not allow the assistance of ordinary guards, only personal guards. Just as Xiaofan arrived before White River City's library, the sound of his system communicator rang by his ears, and the caller was none other than Everlasting War. Brother Yifeng, you've finally come online. I've been trying to contact you for a while. How are preparations coming along? Everlasting War asked, slightly worried. Xiaofan was the expert he had recommended. If Xiaofan did not pass the selection test, it would stain his reputation. There are no issues. I can participate in the selection at any time. Seeing as Brother Everlasting is contacting me, has something happened? Xiaofan asked. The selection held in Beast City was tomorrow morning. There was still quite some time before the selection began. Something must have happened for Everlasting War to contact him. It's nothing major. Only, the higher-ups have changed the requirements for the selection. Now, after you pass the selection, you are required to sign a contract and become a member of the company if you join the battle team. Of course, you will receive far more benefits as well. For example, you will be entitled to 5% of the wagers made on the matches you win, Everlasting War explained. If Brother Yifeng joins the battle team, with your strength, you will easily make more than a dozen times the credits the guild leader of a first-rate guild would normally earn. Once the battle team becomes famous, your status in the world will become even greater than any leader of a first-rate guild. What do you think, Brother Yifeng? Everlasting War and his group did not particularly care about signing the new contract as they had originally been employees of the company. However, Xiaofan was different. He was affiliated with Zero Wing. Moreover, he was one of Zero Wing's core members. He had definitely signed a contract with the guild. If he joined the battle team, unless the company allowed it, he would not be able to be part of any guilds in the future. To put it bluntly, the company was restricting the freedom of the team members instead of cooperating with them. Of course, if Brother Yifeng is selected to become one of the members of the battle team, the company will take full responsibility of the breach of agreement with your guild. Brother Yifeng can rest assured on this. Everlasting War was very confident in Xiaofang's strength, and he desperately hoped that Xiaofan would join their battle team. In his opinion, what did a guild in a virtual reality game amount to? How could it possibly hope to match up against an international corporation? Chapter 613, Peak of Star Moon. The benefits Everlasting War had mentioned were quite tempting. The Dark Arena was a place where the various international corporations around the world could secretly compete. The resources and funding involved were on an entirely different level than ordinary arenas. Even just 5% of the gambling rewards was sufficient to make someone a tycoon overnight. Moreover, as one's battle record in the Dark Arena grew, the bets on their matches also increased. The income one could potentially earn through the Dark Arena could even tempt international fighters. To virtual reality gaming experts, that was an astronomical number. However, that was only the tip of the iceberg. Based on what information Xiaofan had, in the past, any players who signed a contract with a battle team held extraordinary positions in the corporation that owned the team. If it were a famous player such as Everlasting War, even the upper echelons of international corporations would treat them with respect. The guild leader of a second-rate guild did not even qualify to fawn over such players. They were from entirely different worlds. The third evolution of God's domain arrived too soon. I did not expect these international corporations to discover the importance of expert players so quickly. Xiaofan frowned, feeling disappointed. It would have been great if these international corporations had only discovered this fact a few days after the selection tests. However, since these international corporations had discovered the truth, he could not do anything to change it. He was the guild leader of Zero Wing. Moreover, in this life, he had sworn that he would not be controlled by others ever again. Brother Everlasting, since the higher-ups have made this decision, you will have to forgive me for not participating in the selection, Xiaofan directly refused. Although he could no doubt earn a lot of money, fame, and status in the Dark Arena, in the era of God's domain, a player could similarly obtain all of these things so long as they had the ability. Since he could not earn a large sum of credits through the Dark Arena, he just had to look for some other way. As a reincarnator, he did not believe that he could not earn credits from other avenues. Particularly, from his trip to the Dark Den, he had obtained the teleportation magic array design and magic device forging design. These two items were practically money-printing machines. As long as he had enough raw materials, the money he could make would be astronomical. Everlasting War was slightly stunned by Xiaofang's reply. He had not thought that Xiaofan would refuse his offer so decisively. However, when he thought about Xiaofang's skill, he hurriedly advised, "Brother Yifeng, won't you reconsider? At the end of the day, a gaming guild is only a gaming guild. It is nothing compared to a major corporation that can affect the world's economy. With your skills, I guarantee that you'll at least become vice leader of the battle team." The team's strength did not rely on a single person. After all, each battle team could include up to 10 members. Naturally, the more experts there were in a team, the higher the team's chances were of obtaining victory. In Everlasting War's opinion, Xiaofan could most likely rank within the top 3 within their battle team. If they lost a top 3 expert, it would wound the battle team's overall strength. "Brother Everlasting, don't waste your time trying to persuade me. Moreover, I have many matters that I need to attend to. Not being able to join is a good thing. Anyways, I still have something to do, so I'll talk to you another time." Xiaofan disconnected the call. He then entered the library. Meanwhile, Everlasting War could not help but sigh as he said, "Truly disappointing." Disappointing? What's there to be disappointed about? Isn't he just a core member of a small guild? How strong could he be? He must have realized how weak he actually is. Do you know how many experts of God's domain and professional fighters are trying to join the glorious battle team? Even if he shows up, he will never be selected. A luxuriously dressed middle-aged woman standing across from Everlasting War disdainfully dismissed his concern. 4 bodyguards in black stood next to this woman. All 4 radiated intimidating auras that were capable of making Everlasting War, someone who had once been a professional bodyguard, anxious. Particularly, the rugged-looking man among these bodyguards was very famous in the bodyguard industry. He was known as the Steel Guard, and even some international fighters were no match for him. Director Hua Yifeng is no ordinary expert. If you can restore the recruitment conditions to what they were before and allow him to join the glorious battle team, our chances of beating our next opponent, the Midday Wolves, will be much higher. This will also greatly benefit the company, Everlasting War carefully suggested. The changes in the battle team's recruitment conditions were all due to this woman, Hua Qiushui, standing before him. Although he did not understand why Hua Qiushui had suddenly changed the conditions, this last-minute adjustment troubled him, the leader of the battle team. However, despite his annoyance, Hua Qiushui's position was extraordinary. A single word from her could easily leave him jobless. Hence, he did not dare speak too boldly in front of her. Naturally, I have considered these changes carefully. You only need to focus on how you're going to defeat your next opponent. He is merely a nameless expert. Do you think that, just because we are missing one nameless expert, you're going to lose against your next opponent? Hua Qiushui questioned, her voice low and dangerous. He is just one less nameless expert participating in the selection. There are plenty of God's domain experts coming to take the test. Among them, many are well known in the industry. These people's standards are far beyond his. I think that Vice Leader Journey Leave should administer the test this time around. You should take this time to think of a strategy to deal with the Midday Wolves. Everlasting War's words had clearly dissatisfied Hua Qiushui. Without hesitation, she had stripped him of his duties for a few days. Helpless, Everlasting War could only agree with the lady director. Inside White River City's library. After entering the library, Xiaofan headed towards the building's top floor. 2 level 180 tier 2 white robe knights stood by the doors. Normally, ordinary players would not dare approach the Star Moon Hall. However, Xiaofan had long since become a frequent visitor of this place. Without hesitation, he walked past the knights and opened the doors to the hall. Charlene, who sat beside a table, looked at Xiaofan, mildly stating, "You're here." Hearing Charlene's intimate greeting, Xiaofan could not help but tense up. Crap! I forgot to store the coins in my bag. Seeing Charlene's intimate smile, Xiaofan suddenly thought of the precious coins he had in his bag. This reaction was practically instinctual now. Although Charlene was an NPC, she seemed more realistic than a real person. Though she always appeared friendly, her actions said otherwise. If not for a few tricks he hid up his sleeves, she would have bankrupted him long ago. Ha ha ha. Come over here, let me see what you've brought this time. Charlene waved her hand at Xiaofan. Suddenly, a huge force tugged at Xiaofang's body, sending him flying towards Charlene. Xiaofan was shocked at this sudden development. After not meeting for some time, Charlene's strength had increased once more. Charlene, who had been a Tier 4 Great Divine official, had now become a level 200 Tier 5 Red official. At this point, Charlene was many times stronger than Weissman, White River City's magistrate. She stood at the peak of Star Moon Kingdom. Although Xiaofan had long since known that Charlene was not an ordinary NPC and that her strength would increase significantly every time they met, her improvement speed was simply mind-blowing. Even he, someone who had played God's domain for more than a decade, found it astonishing. Just who is Charlene? Questions filled Xiaofang's heart. Chapter 614, Demon Gate. Just as Xiaofan pondered Charlene's identity, a hint of shock surfaced in the Red official's golden eyes. You have actually obtained it. Charlene could not help but re-evaluate her opinion of Xiaofan. And here I thought you would bring me a replica to help you solve your problem. Hearing this, surprise appeared on Xiaofang's face. He had only discovered the truth about the replica from the fallen angel Serena. He had not expected Charlene to know about it as well. Charlene could see the question floating in Xiaofang's mind. Smiling, she explained, the Bible of Darkness is not an ordinary item. The Lord of Destruction crafted this item, and it is a treasure used to gain dominance over all demonic creatures. Even though the Bible has been destroyed, it still holds boundless power. There are countless powerhouses who wish to obtain it. In the past, plenty of strong people tried going to the Dark Den to obtain the Bible of Darkness. In the end, however, they only managed to return with replicas. Even so, a replica of the Bible of Darkness still possesses a certain degree of power. There are no problems with using it to solve your great demon problem. Only, at the end of the day, a replica is still a replica. While it might be useful to a weak little adventurer like you, to high-tiered powerhouses, it is hardly worth anything. It is no wonder why Fantasy Extinguisher stopped using the Bible of Darkness after he became a Tier 4 class. Xiaofan came to a realization after listening to Charlene's explanation. In the past, Fantasy Extinguisher had made a name for himself by relying on the Bible of Darkness and had even enabled the Fantasy Shrine to overwhelm the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild branch. However, after Fantasy Extinguisher became a Tier 4 Spirit Emperor, he stopped using the Bible of Darkness. Back then, everyone had thought that Fantasy Extinguisher had dropped the Bible of Darkness and lost it after someone had killed him. Epic items, particularly special epic items like the Bible of Darkness, an item that would take effect even when inside a player's bag, would not lose its worth with the passing of time. Even a Tier 5 expert could continue to use it. After all, fragmented legendary and legendary items were simply too rare. Even Tier 6 God-ranked players would not necessarily own such items. Owning a unique epic item was still quite impressive. As Xiaofan re-examined the situation, he realized that it was highly possible that the replica of the Bible of Darkness could only display its worth up until Tier 3. If it were not helpful to Tier 4 classes, Fantasy Extinguisher would not have continued to use it. Take it out, then, Charlene said softly, her eyes smiling. Xiaofan carefully retrieved the Bible of Darkness from his bag and placed it on the table beside him. Sure enough, it's the real deal. You really are quite the capable fellow. Do you know just how many powerhouses are trying to retrieve the Bible of Darkness? In the end, everyone only returns with a replica. If they knew that a little fellow like you had the real thing, they would most likely go crazy from anger. Charlene nodded, smiling as she scrutinized the Bible of Darkness. She then continued, "Since you brought me the genuine article, I'll give you two options. The first option is free of charge. For this option, you'll be able to solve the problem of the great demon descending on you. The second option will cost you 1,500 gold and 100 soul crystals. For this option, you can be done once and for all, destroying the great demon that targets you." Sure enough. Xiaofan could not help but send Charlene a contemptuous gaze. Currently, he had a little over 1,600 gold in his bag. This was the money the candlelight trading firm had made while he had been absent. If he gave it all to Charlene, he would become a pauper once more. However, even so, Xiaofan gritted his teeth and handed over the money. If he had chosen the first option, although it might seem like he had dealt with the great demon, in reality, Charlene would only weaken the descended great demon to a level that he could cope with. He would still have to deal with the great demons while descending on him every so often until he could defeat and kill it. In the past, the Darkness's descent plagued Fantasy Extinguisher, requiring him to deal with a weakened great demon every so often and throwing his guild, Fantasy Shrine, into chaos. The fact that he had a second option was considerably lucky. This might be the difference between a replica and the genuine product. Charlene received the coins and soul crystals with a saintly smile. Nodding with satisfaction, she said, "All right, step back." Following Charlene's request, Xiaofan moved more than 30 yards away from her. Meanwhile, Charlene held up the Bible of Darkness. After flipping through a few pages, she began chanting a series of incantations, her hand continuously tracing out a line of runes in the air. As the line of runes grew longer, the power of darkness filling the Star Moon Hall grew denser and denser, to the point where Xiaofan could even see faint black mist appear. This black mist desperately gathered in front of Charlene, forming a fourfold magic array. The surrounding space began to blur as well. The powerful mana was even capable of suppressing the space within the hall. This mana is simply too powerful. I can't move at all. Xiaofan was shocked as he stared at the fourfold magic array suspended in midair. A magic array was actually capable of forming its own space. Chances were that only Tier 5 existences like Charlene were capable of forming such an array. After Charlene finished writing the runes, she casually scattered the 100 soul crystals before her. Immediately, all 100 soul crystals transformed into gray smoke. This gray smoke then formed a pair of silvery gray gates. There were countless images of demons engraved on these ancient gates, and every one of these demons was quite famous throughout God's domain. These were existences that even ordinary Tier 4 powerhouses would not dare provoke. Are you trying to summon a demon? Xiaofan frowned at the gray gates. He could clearly feel how frightening their power was. If the gates opened, horrific creatures would most likely crawl out. You've guessed correctly. I am trying to summon a demon. Moreover, I am summoning the great demon that targets you. Otherwise, how you going to get rid of it? Charlene rolled her eyes at Xiaofan. Her golden eyes then shifted back to the gray gates. In the name of darkness, I summon thee. Emerge, great demon Kildred. The moment Charlene finished speaking, the gray gates abruptly opened. Who dares to summon me? A cold, dark voice boomed through the gray gates. Following which, a figure pushed through the gray gates. This figure sported a large pair of black bat wings and two pitch-black goat horns on his head. Pitch-black scaled covered his entire body, and killing intent filled his blood-red eyes. The moment Kildred appeared, he surveyed his surroundings with his blood-red eyes, and he could not help but sneer at what he saw. And here I wondered who had summoned me. It turns out that it's just you, little divine official, and that foolish adventurer, Kildred said disdainfully as he flapped his wings. I did not expect that little ants like you could actually obtain the real Bible of Darkness. As your reward for summoning me, I'll collect your souls and the Bible. Is this great demon stupid? Xiaofan frowned at Kildred, confused. Kildred was a level 180 tier 4 great demon. On the other hand, Charlene was a level 200 tier 5 red official. No matter how he looked at it, they were on entirely different levels. Moreover, the great demon had actually called Charlene a little divine official. Did Kildred believe that he was a tier 6 demon god? Huh. Wait a minute, Xiaofan immediately discovered the problem. For some reason, the Charlene before him had somehow fallen from being a tier 5 red official to a tier 3 divine official. Little brother, stop daydreaming. Right now, your task is to kill him, Charlene instructed as she looked at Xiaofan. She paid no attention to the great demon Kildred's provocation. You wish to kill me, the great demon Kildred? You too must be insane. I'll show you what the consequences are for summoning a great demon. Kildred revealed a malicious grin upon hearing Charlene's words. Suddenly, black flames appeared in his hand. Chapter 615, Tier 5 Curse. The raging black flames quickly transformed into a ferocious beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced on Charlene. Boom! At the sound of an explosion, the black flames in the air suddenly began to collapse, dissipating into nothingness. You! The great demon Kildred's malicious expression suddenly changed, and he no longer looked down on Charlene. Rather, he gazed at the Tier 3 divine official with solemn eyes. Even Tier 4 classes would find it difficult to deal with soul fire, yet, Charlene managed to disperse it without moving in the slightest. One could just imagine what kind of power she contained. No. It wasn't the soul fire that was defeated. My mana. Kildred was horrified as he quickly discovered the true problem. His mana rapidly leaked from his body. Due to the lack of mana, he had lost control of the soul fire he had summoned, causing it to disappear. Standing at a distance, Xiaofan was also shocked by Charlene's counterattack. The great demon Kildred's level plummeted, as did his tier. Level 180. Level 170. Level 160. In a short moment, the great demon Kildred had become a level 35 tier 2 evil spirit. He was no longer a level 180 tier 4 great demon. What have you done? Kildred asked, gaping at Charlene in abject horror. Oh, it's nothing. I just used God's Twilight, a tier 5 curse, Charlene said, smiling. While inside God's Twilight's effective area, all beings above tier 2 will be forcefully suppressed by 2 tiers. Naturally, their levels will lower as well. Upon hearing these words, Kildred instantly paled. Xiaofan was similarly astonished. A tier 5 curse. This was a spell that could rival the power of a tier 6 god-ranked spell. Kildred, you can only escape this situation by defeating the adventurer before you. Otherwise, you will die here. Although Charlene's voice sounded pleasing to the ears, her words caused even a great demon like Kildred to shudder in fear. Realizing that was his cue, Xiaofan unsheathed the abyssal blade and Purgatory's shadow. This should be the final test. Xiaofan licked his lips as he stared at the great demon Kildred, who hovered in the air. He had always known that it would not be so easy to obtain the fragmented legendary ranked Bible of Darkness. In God's domain, there was an abundance of epic items. However, fragmented legendary and legendary items, items that were above epic rank, were extraordinarily rare. If players wanted to obtain one, they would have to pay an unimaginable price. The fact that he had grasped a special fragmented legendary item such as the Bible of Darkness with so little trouble could already be considered a miracle. In the past, to obtain a single fragmented legendary item, the various large guilds throughout God's domain would have to be busy for at least 1 to 2 months, possibly 3 to 4 months. Unless one were extremely lucky and encountered special locations such as the Star River Valley, they would have to rely on quests to obtain a fragmented legendary item. Little ant, a tier 1 swordsman like you dares to draw your sword against me, the great demon Kildred? You are indeed courageous. However, just because I have been suppressed to tier 2, you think you have a chance of defeating me? Kildred laughed angrily as he felt the sting of a deep wound to his pride. How will I know if I don't try? Xiaofan laughed. He then approached the great demon one step at a time. Kildred, Evil Spirit Great Demon. Level 35. HP 1000000/1000000. A Tier 2 Evil Spirit was the equivalent of a Lord-ranked monster. However, due to Kildred's intelligence, his combat power was definitely much higher than an ordinary Lord. His HP, though lower than an ordinary Lord, was also much higher than a player's. As Xiaofan approached Kildred gradually, he suddenly discovered something fortunate. While he was under the effects of God's twilight, all of his skills' cooldowns had not only been refreshed, but they had also been reduced by half. It seems my test this time is to defeat a Tier 2 evil spirit while at my peak. Xiaofan had initially been worried that he would not be able to use Blade Liberation. Now, however, it seemed that his worries were for naught. Die, the great demon Kildred roared. Suddenly, a black spear appeared in his hand. He then swooped down and jabbed the spear towards Xiaofan in rapid succession. In the next moment, streaks of black light rained down on the swordsman. Tier 2 skill, Black Rain Annihilation. Xiaofan did not dare to hold back. Immediately, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation. He then used the Aura of Wind's activatable skill, Wind Rider, and leaped into the air. With a 280% increase to his movement speed, Xiaofang's speed could rival that of a great lord. Very easily, he escaped the effective area of Black Rain Annihilation. Moreover, due to his ability to fly, he had no need to fear the great demon Kildred's ranged attacks from the air. After avoiding Kildred's Black Rain Annihilation, Xiaofan proceeded to activate the Ice Blue Devil Flame, Phantom Kill, Nine Dragon Slash, Black Emperor, and Purgatory Power, instantly pushing his combat power to its peak. Immediately, both sides began a fierce and deadly dance. With Wind Rider active, Xiaofan held an absolute advantage in terms of speed. As a result, he was able to dodge all the great demon's attacks easily. Kildred could not even make contact with Xiaofang's body. On the other hand, sword lights bombarded on the scales covering Kildred's body, easily penetrating the great demon's armor. Chop. Minus 25,641. Thunder Flame Explosion. Minus 47,156. Thundering Flash. Minus 14,527. Minus 18,546, minus 24,716. Every skill Xiaofan executed had a completion rate of 95% or above, allowing his skill's effect to increase significantly. The great demon Kildred's 1 million HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. After a measly 5 seconds, the great demon only had 70% of his HP remaining. However, Xiaofan suddenly discovered that, as he relentlessly attacked the great demon, his opponent's strength and speed began to rise. Originally, when he had activated twofold Berserk, his strength should have rivaled even a high lord of the same level and overwhelmed the great demon Kildred. After a short period of intense battle, however, Kildred's strength was already equal to his. The great demon's speed also quickly caught up. This can't continue. Although I don't know whether he is growing stronger due to the length of battle increasing or his HP decreasing, I need to finish him off as soon as possible. Xiaofan used Flame Burst. Suddenly, 2 miniature suns appeared and illuminated the Star Moon Hall. 24 consecutive strikes. Both Xiaofan and his doppelganger used Flame Burst at the same time. 24 sword lights cut across the space of the hall, striking the great demon Kildred. Every sword light from Xiaofan dealt over minus 20,000 damage to the great demon. His doppelganger caused over -10,000 damage with each attack as well. When critical hits were achieved, the damage of the attacks doubled. When the attacks ended, the great demon Kildred suffered a total damage of over -500,000. This, Xiaofan was stupefied when he saw the great demon that he had attacked. At this moment, the great demon Kildred had only 40% of his HP remaining. Meanwhile, a faint, black light radiated from Kildred's body. Tier 2 skill, Dark Shield. It was a spell that could absorb a relatively large amount of damage. Damn it! Xiaofan frowned. Flame Burst was his ultimate skill. Yet, the great demon had actually managed to negate a portion of its damage. Currently, the great demon Kildred had grown more formidable after the attack. Meanwhile, there were less than 10 seconds left on Blade Liberation's duration. Ha ha ha. My strength has completely surpassed yours now. Die, human. Kildred snorted. He then threw his spear at Xiaofan. Kildred's spear was extremely fast, and even Xiaofan only barely managed to block it with his swords. Pang! Xiaofan was immediately struck down from the air, his body colliding heavily with the floor and shattering it. A damage of close to -1,100 points appeared above his head. This was the damage he received after blocking the great demon's attack. If he had failed to block the attack, he would have lost far more than a little over 1,000 HP. However, the great demon Kildred was not finished. Suddenly, Kildred split into two copies of himself. These two Kildreds looked exactly the same, and their attributes were equally frightening. In the next moment, one Kildred charged at Xiaofang's doppelganger while the other charged at Xiaofan. Chapter 616, Promotion to Count. Two identical great demon Kildreds attacked Xiaofan and his doppelganger. Xiaofan, who had been at a disadvantage in terms of strength, had no choice but to dodge the great demon's attacks. Although Xiaofan had entered the flowing water realm and could predict the trajectories of Kildred's attacks, the great demon's spear was like a venomous snake that consistently sent fatal blows towards his blind spots. If any other player stood in his place, not to mention dodging, even blocking the attacks would be difficult. Facing the unavoidable attacks, Xiaofan had no choice but to block with his swords. However, the great demon Kildred's strength was simply too intense. Each of his attacks managed to push Xiaofan back by several steps and inflict slightly more than -1,000 damage. Fortunately, Heavenly Dragon's power had increased Xiaofang's defense and HP by 300%. With over 30,000 HP, Xiaofan could endure the great demon's assault for quite some time. Only, Xiaofang's twofold berserk state could only last for 20 seconds. Once these 20 seconds were over, he would enter a weakened state and would lose all power to resist the great demon. A short moment later, the other great demon Kildred defeated Xiaofang's doppelganger. Ha ha ha. Human, you are quite amazing. A mere tier 1 swordsman like yourself has actually managed to damage me, the great demon Kildred, to such an extent. As a reward, I'll let you become my puppet, and you can follow my orders for the rest of your life. Kildred sneered at Xiaofan, who desperately tried to defend against his attacks. Standing at a distance, Charlene frowned slightly as she watched the battle. Sighing, she muttered, was it still too soon? Now, Xiaofan no longer had his doppelganger. His ultimate skill, Flame Burst, was also on cooldown. Even though he was under the effects of God's Twilight, reducing his cooldowns by half, Flame Burst still had a cooldown of 1 minute, 30 seconds. Most importantly, he had to face two great demon Kildreds who had the same attributes and 40% HP remaining. Xiaofan had no chance of winning. It would be Xiaofang's end once the two great demon Kildreds launched a pincer attack. Human, be at ease and become my slave. In the blink of an eye, the two great demon Kildreds appeared in front of and behind Xiaofan, both great demons revealing a ferocious expression. This is just the twin life technique. Do you really think that I have no way of unraveling it? At this moment, Xiaofan's previously stern expression suddenly vanished. On the contrary, he revealed a disdainful and victorious smile. Hearing Xiaofan mention the words, twin life technique, Kildred's expression turned grim. Twin life technique was a special skill that did not possess any tears. It was a skill that utilized the aid of a treasure to produce a doppelganger with the same capabilities as the original, though both the doppelganger and the original shared the same HP. However, unlike the original, the damage the doppelganger received would be increased by 300%. While twin life technique boosted its users' combat power, it also increased the damage they took. The skill was a double-edged sword. If used correctly, it could display boundless power. If used badly, one would cut their own lifeline with this skill. So what if you know about the twin life technique? Can you tell which one is real and which is fake? Kildred did not believe that Xiaofan could differentiate the true Kildred from his doppelganger. The doppelganger the twin life technique had created was exactly the same as the original. It was impossible to tell the difference by sight alone. Even if you identify the doppelganger, will you be able to block the attacks from both of us? Xiaofan did not reply to the great demon. Instead, he pointed the abyssal blade towards the hall's ceiling. Suddenly, countless golden divine swords appeared above them. When these golden swords descended, two different damages appeared above the two great demons' heads. The great demon in front of Xiaofan received over -5,000 damage, while the one behind Xiaofan received over -15,000 damage. At this point, it was obvious which was real and which was fake. However, Xiaofan was not finished with his attacks. Tightening his grip around the abyssal blade, he swung the magic weapon downwards. Abyssal Curse. Suddenly, the space within 30 yards around Xiaofan took on the effects of a quagmire. The two great demon Kildreds were unable to move. Although Kildred was immune to fainted effects and other control conditions, the abyssal blade was as powerful as an epic weapon. Even if Abyssal Curse could not restrict the great demon for a full 5 seconds, to Xiaofan, 2 or 3 seconds were more than enough. I've been waiting for this moment. Xiaofan activated silent steps and appeared behind Kildred's doppelganger. Suddenly, the abyssal blade in Xiaofan's hand released a dazzling flame. This. How is this possible? How can you still use that skill? Kildred's originally calm expression abruptly changed. The skill Xiaofan currently used was none other than Flame Burst, the skill that had previously inflicted massive amounts of damage. However, Xiaofan had used that skill recently. Now, the swordsman used it against his doppelganger once more. Die. Xiaofan did not bother explaining anything to the great demon. In truth, while Kildred's doppelganger faced off against his doppelganger, he had used up the 30 stacks of Death Aura on Flame Burst. Each stack of Death Aura could reduce the cooldown of a skill by 3 seconds, and 30 stacks just happened to grant him 90 seconds. Once his doppelganger died, he pretended to struggle against one of the great demon's attacks, allowing the two great demon Kildreds to launch a pincer attack and giving him a good opportunity to deal with the great demon's doppelganger. 12 consecutive strikes bit into the great demon's immobile doppelganger. Even when Xiaofan had used Flame Burst on the real great demon Kildred, each of his attacks had dealt over -20,000 damage. Now that the damage was amplified by 300%, each strike dealt over -60,000 damage against Kildred's doppelganger, or -120,000 damage with a critical hit. Against such frightening damages, Kildred's doppelganger died instantly. No! Kildred released a frustrated scream. Unfortunately, twin life technique made it so that both doppelganger and the original shared the same HP. The doppelganger's death meant the original's death. The great demon Kildred would never have guessed that Xiaofan was a reincarnator. Not only was Xiaofan extremely familiar with many of the skills in God's domain, but he also knew the weaknesses of the various skills. After Xiaofan killed the great demon Kildred, a golden glow appeared around his body. Moreover, this golden glow appeared twice in a row. Xiaofang's level immediately jumped from level 32 to level 34. Such an abundant amount of EXP. Xiaofan said in shock. As the class he possessed was the hidden class Blade Saint, the EXP he required to level up was double of what other players required. Now that he had leveled up twice in a row, not only had he earned back the level he had lost at the World Summit, but he also gained a level beyond that. System, Epic Quest, Darkness Descends, completed. Quest rewards, Demon Slayer, Title, Star Moon Kingdom Reputation plus 50, White River City Reputation plus 500, automatically promoted to the status of Count in White River City. System, congratulations on becoming a Count of White River City. You can now employ 100 guards, including 4 personal guards. You can also enjoy a 20% discount on all expenditures in White River City. As expected of an epic quest. I've been promoted to a Count after completing a single quest. I can lessen my cost significantly when I head to the Divine Colosseum, Xiaofan said, smiling. If a Viscount was considered a major noble, then a Count was a top figure among major nobles. In God's domain, the highest social status a player could attain in a city like White River City was Marquis. Only in a capital city like Star Moon City could players become dukes. Thus, becoming a Count of White River City was quite impressive. To players, the largest difference between a Count and a Viscount, aside from the difference in status and the number of guards they could employ, was the Divine Colosseum. The Divine Colosseum was a location where players could raise their combat power. Meanwhile, the Colosseum required magic crystals as currency. However, Viscounts or below would not receive any discounts at the Divine Colosseum. Only Counts or above would enjoy that benefit. This was also one of the reasons why many players had strived to increase their reputation and become Counts. That way, one could lessen the burden on their wallet. Compared to ordinary players, a Count's title held far more importance to players who owned private lands because Counts possessed much greater authority. This authority was also the capital that a player required if they wished to rise and succeed in a city. Chapter 617, Book of Legends. After the great demon Kildred died, Xiaofan discovered a particularly interesting item. A design had dropped from the demon. However, this was no ordinary design. The design Kildred had dropped was nearly 4 times larger than ordinary designs. Stable design. Xiaofan could not help his shock after examining the item. In God's domain, after players reached level 40, they could use mounts rather than relying on their own 2 feet to travel. Players could purchase common mounts from the various large cities. Of course, players were also required to have a certain amount of reputation before they could make this purchase. As for higher-ranking mounts, players could only obtain them through quests, raiding team dungeons, and killing high-ranking field bosses. Guild players had one other avenue to obtain a mount. The guild mount. Guild mounts were different from the generalized mounts that one could purchase from cities. They were mounts unique to guilds. They could also be considered the symbol of a guild. Not only did guild mounts possess higher movement speeds than common mounts, but they could also be upgraded. Only, upgrading a mount was very difficult. However, high-quality mounts were an ordinary player's dream. How could a guild obtain guild mounts? They could do so with the stable. In order to obtain a guild mount, a guild had to construct a stable in its residence and recruit NPCs to nurture the mount. Guild members could only purchase these mounts with guild contribution points. In the past, to obtain a guild mount, many independent players had desperately tried to join a guild. As for why they were so desperate to obtain a guild mount, aside from guild mounts having higher movement speed and being upgradable, the key benefit was that the mounts had unique appearances. Guild mounts had different appearances from the common mounts one could purchase from cities, so if one rode a guild mount while roaming a city streets, they would attract a lot of attention. Not only could a guild mount serve to raise the reputation of its rider, but they were great icebreakers. The mounts one could purchase from cities only consisted of horses. The only difference between them was their coloring. However, guild mounts were not limited to horses, there were many other rideable species. Based on Xiaofan's knowledge, there were several thousand mount species in God's domain. Hence, most guilds would have their own unique mounts. Why were there so many species of guild mounts? It was because guild mounts were either wild beasts or demonic beasts that had been captured, tamed, cultivated, and propagated until they were finally rideable. This was why there were so many species available. Similarly, it was not easy for a guild to obtain a guild mount. This required a large amount of resources and manpower. Now that I have the stable design, I can push ahead with the plan to develop Zero Wings mount. Xiaofan had considered a few locations where he could capture rare mounts. In the past, the various large guilds throughout God's domain had headaches over the acquisition of their guild mounts. After all, depending on the beast they caught and the method they used to nurture said beast, the mount's attributes would be different. If a beast were nurtured properly, it could start with a rank close to bronze. The mount could also increase movement speed up to 115%. One could just imagine how beneficial this would be to a guild. While everyone used common mounts, they could obtain a mount that was close to bronze rank. With some additional nurturing, the guild would have a batch of bronze mounts. At bronze rank, mounts could assist players in battle. This alone would allow them to widen the gap between themselves and other players. Hence, in the past, the various large guilds would nurture the beasts they captured with extreme care to avoid a late start against other guilds. The sooner a guild possessed the stable design, the sooner they could start preparing their guild mounts. However, the stable design was extremely rare. The easiest method to obtain it was through raiding level 20 to level 60, 100-man team dungeons. Only, the drop rate for the design was abysmally low. In the past, even when guilds had offered to purchase a stable design for 5,000 or 6,000 gold, nobody was willing to sell theirs. Initially, Xiaofan had planned to wait for everyone in the guild to grow stronger before raiding 100-man team dungeons. Now that the great demon Kildred had dropped this design, it had saved him plenty of time. After Xiaofan stored the stable design excitedly, Charlene closed the Bible of Darkness and turned to Xiaofan, saying softly, "Not bad. You actually managed to defeat the great demon Kildred. However, even though Kildred is dead, why is there still such a dense power of darkness lingering around you?" Seeing Charlene's confused expression, Xiaofan quickly came to an understanding. He then retrieved Moloch's ring from his bag, saying, "This should be why." Moloch's ring. Charlene instantly recognized the ring. Surprised, she asked, "How did you get your hands on this ring?" "I stole it from a great demon called Nettle," Xiaofan responded honestly. "Stole it?" Charlene's eyes narrowed suspiciously. She obviously did not believe Xiaofang's claim. A Tier 4 great demon at full power only needed to swing his hand to wipe Xiaofang out of existence. Xiaofang would simply not survive an attempt to steal the ring from the great demon. Are you really not afraid of death, or are you just that ignorant? You actually had the guts to remove the seal on the ring. Fortunately, you only obtained Moloch's ring now. I guess you are somewhat lucky. Legend has it that Moloch's ring is related to the fall of the Lord of Balrogs. Moreover, this ring is a complete legendary item. With your strength, this ring will devour you very quickly. Devour? Xiaofang thought back to when the great demon Nettle had chased after him. If not for his good luck, he would have certainly died. When I say devour, I mean it in the literal sense. Do you really think a legendary item is easily controlled? Charlene rolled her eyes at Xiaofang. Based on what I know, several hundred years ago, the demon that guarded this ring was a Tier 5 Great Demon King. After that Great Demon King was devoured, it became the current Great Demon Nettle's turn to guard it. Xiaofan broke out in cold sweat upon hearing these words. At this moment, Xiaofan understood what Charlene was trying to say. The so-called guardian of Moloch's ring was nothing but a sacrifice for the ring to devour. Meanwhile, those demons had been unaware of the fact that they were sacrifices. To make matters worse, he had foolishly stolen the ring without knowing this fact. If even a Tier 5 Great Demon King had not been able to avoid its fate, with Xiaofang's current strength, he stood absolutely no chance against Moloch's ring. In the past, in order to seal this ring, 10 Tier 5 powerhouses sacrificed themselves. Now that you have removed one of the seals, if you wish to seal it again, you will need the help of at least 3 Tier 5 classes. Otherwise, no matter where you go, you will not be able to hide from your fate. Seeing Xiaofang's grim expression, Charlene could not help but laugh as she said, "However, I have also said that you are somewhat lucky." Lucky? Xiaofan grew curious. That's ring. Your luck is quite good. You were able to obtain the real Bible of Darkness. If you had returned with a replica, even I would have no way to save your little life. Charlene rubbed her forehead lightly, saying seriously, "The Bible of Darkness is a treasure made by the Lord of Destruction. If one wields the Bible of Darkness, they can rule over every demon in existence. The Lord of Balrogs is no exception. As for why the Bible of Darkness is capable of ruling over demons, it is because the Bible is the origin of all demons. All demons have evolved from the Bible. With the Bible of Darkness, one possessed the power to restrain all demons. Of course, in its current state, it won't be able to suppress Moloch's ring. Only the complete Bible of Darkness has the power to do so. What you need to do now is repair the Bible of Darkness. Do you understand?" Chapter 618, Target, Tier 2. Repair the Bible of Darkness? Xiaofan laughed bitterly. In God's domain, some fragmented legendary items could be repaired to their peak conditions, which was legendary rank. However, very few fragmented legendary items could actually be repaired. Otherwise, legendary items wouldn't have been so rare in the past. In the case of the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath, the ring's description clearly expressed how it could be repaired. In the case of the Bible of Darkness, however, the description only provided a vague clue. How was he supposed to repair it? Of course, it won't be easy to repair the Bible of Darkness. With your current strength, you can't repair it at all. Fortunately, you have only removed one seal on Moloch's ring thus far. You still have enough time to prepare, Charlene said slowly after perceiving the current state of Moloch's ring with her magic. Lady Charlene, how long do I have? Xiaofan asked rather anxiously. That depends on you. Charlene smiled as she glanced at Xiaofan. Me? Xiaofan was stunned. That's right. The stronger you are, the more time Moloch's ring will need to accumulate enough power to devour you. Based on your current level, you have roughly 50 to 60 days. It would be the best if you reach Tier 2 within 50 days. If you can do so, Moloch's ring will require far more power to devour you. Of course, there is a catch. If you continue releasing the seals on the ring, the speed at which the ring accumulates power will grow. Hence, the deadline depends on you. Hearing Charlene's explanation, Xiaofan immediately came to a realization. In the past, the first top-tier expert to have been promoted to a Tier 2 class appeared 3 months after God's domain launched. However, Xiaofan was a blade saint. He required twice as much EXP as ordinary classes to level up. Although he was a reincarnator, it would still be somewhat difficult for him to become a Tier 2 class within 50 days. The issue wasn't leveling speed, but that the advancement quest was too challenging and time-consuming. Hence, in the past, even top-tier experts had only obtained their Tier 2 classes 3 months after the game launched. The advancement quest for hidden classes were far more difficult, and the time required to complete them was much longer. If he had to complete his advancement quest within 50 days, he really didn't have much confidence of succeeding. If he had 60 days instead, then he would have significantly more confidence. Yet, the deadline Charlene had given him ranged between 50 and 60 days. Who knew how much time he actually had? Because of how specific Charlene was, Xiaofan even began to wonder if the main god system set such a deadline purposefully. You are already very lucky. If you had not acquired the Bible of Darkness, Moloch's ring would not have required so much time to devour you. However, with your current strength, you have no chance of repairing the Bible of Darkness. Look for me again once you are promoted to Tier 2. Charlene waved her hand lightly. The Bible of Darkness then floated to and hovered before Xiaofan. Oh, right. Don't forget about the task I gave you. Finished speaking, Charlene vanished. There was no trace of her throughout the Star Moon Hall. This is will projection, Xiaofan stated, shocked when he saw Charlene disappear. Will projection was not a profound skill or something similar. It was an ordinary Tier 4 skill. In the past, many Tier 4 magical class players had known how to use the skill. However, the doppelganger summoned through will projection only possessed a small portion of the original strength. The doppelganger could not be used as a fighting force. It was a skill normally used for probing and reconnaissance. Yet, it had not been Charlene who had summoned a demon gate and suppressed a Tier 4 great demon with a Tier 5 curse, but her doppelganger. Charlene had easily completed these feats by relying on a weakened copy. In terms of strength, she definitely stood at the very top among Tier 5 NPCs. When Xiaofan recovered from his shock, he discovered that the Bible of Darkness had undergone some changes. Bible of Darkness, fragmented legendary item. The Bible of Darkness had been destroyed during the Great Destruction. However, the power of darkness contained within the Bible is extreme. If one can gather the other fragments, they can restore the Bible's power, gaining dominance over all demonic creatures and become the Lord of Demons. Skill 1. Demon Summoning. Summons the demon gate with the power of darkness, calling forth a random demon that is no higher than 1 tier and 10 levels than the summoner. Maximum tier cannot exceed Tier 5. The holder of the Bible of Darkness can command the summoned demon for up to 5 hours. Cooldown, 3 hours. Skill 2. Gate of Darkness, allows teleportation to the Dark Denver. Can also be used in the Dark Den to teleport to the outside world. Can teleport a maximum of 5 people at a single time. Cooldown, 1 day. Skill 3. Light of Darkness, strengthen a player with the power of darkness, allowing said player to wield the power of darkness. Can strengthen up to a maximum of 600 people. Every player strengthened provides 1 source of darkness to the wielder of the Bible of Darkness. Skill 4. Power of Darkness, fill your body with the power of darkness, increasing all attributes by 60%, decreasing cooldown of all skills by 30%, and increase damage by 50%. Duration will be equal to the number of source of darkness * 1 second. Power of Darkness cannot stack. Can only strengthen players up to a maximum of Tier 5 classes. Cooldown, 6 hours. So, that's the case. It's no wonder Fantasy Extinguisher had stopped using the Bible of Darkness replica after reaching Tier 4. Xiaofan was overjoyed after seeing the Bible of Darkness's attributes. In the past, there had been 2 reasons why Fantasy Extinguisher was able to become a tyrant among Tier 3 classes. One was his reliance on the demon he summoned, and the other was the power of darkness. However, the demons Fantasy Extinguisher could summon had only been as strong as their summoner, possessing the same tier. Moreover, he could only summon a maximum of 1 demon at a time. Even so, it had been quite impressive. After all, a demon of the same tier was a lot more powerful than a monster of the same tier. Although it still could not compare to a fine gold-ranked personal guard, demons that died could be resummoned. On the other hand, if a player's personal guard died, they would have to go through a lot of trouble to resurrect said guard. However, the Bible of Darkness replica fantasy extinguisher had obtained most likely could only be used up to tier 3. On the other hand, the real article in Xiaofan's hand could be used up to tier 5. The gap between the real and the fake was massive. The most frightening aspect of the real Bible of Darkness was the fact that it was capable of summoning a demon that was one rank higher than the summoner. Xiaofan was currently tier 1, so he could summon a tier 2 demon. When he reached tier 2, he would be able to summon a tier 3 demon. With this, who could possibly challenge him? The only unfortunate thing was that the skill summoned a random demon. There was no guarantee that he would summon a demon of a higher tier. Meanwhile, Power of Darkness was a berserk skill that was famous throughout God's domain. Although the skill did not increase one's attributes much, its duration was extremely long. It was at least 2 or 3 times longer than ordinary berserker skills. Moreover, there were no side effects. Fantasy Extinguisher's Power of Darkness lasted 6 minutes, while mine can last up to 10 minutes. Even the number of people I can buff has increased to 600. Xiaofang's heart burned with passion when he thought of forming his own Black Demon Legion. A Black Demon Legion with a total of 600 members. As long as the members of the Black Demon Legion were around the same level, they could definitely go on a crusade against a town controlled by the forces of darkness, capturing it and constructing their own guild town. Xiaofan then stored the Bible of Darkness. The Bible of Darkness was not equipment. It could take effect even from inside a bag. Hence, it was extremely difficult for others to plunder it. Now that Xiaofan had the Bible of Darkness, he would not waste any more time. He immediately departed from the library and headed toward Zero Wing's residence by way of horse carriage. On his way, Xiaofan contacted Aqua Rose. Aqua, have the members of the main force gather at the residence, Xiaofan said. Guild leader, the main force is currently raiding a dungeon. Our efforts will go down the drain if we recall them now. Many guilds in White River City have already reached the final boss. Aqua Rose did not understand Xiaofang's intentions. Currently, the various large guilds in White River City desperately vied for the first clear of the 50-man team dungeon, Ruins of the Crow God. If they recalled Zero Wing's main force right now, they would have wasted a lot of precious time. Relax, it won't be a problem. Xiaofan was very familiar with the final boss in the Ruins of the Crow God. It will not be that easy to raid. Smiling, he said, moreover, I'm calling them back to help them clear the dungeon. Guild leader, are you serious? Aqua Rose grew excited. To conquer the Ruins of the Crow God, the various large guilds had tried every hand and exhausted every ounce of brainpower they had. They have never encountered such a difficult dungeon boss before. They were truly helpless against it. Everyone could only try to force their way through the boss again and again. If they had a raiding strategy, then they would have a much easier time dominating the dungeon. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Xiaofan laughed. Okay. I'll notify them right away. Aqua Rose's eyes shone with renewed passion. After disconnecting her call with Xiaofan, she immediately notified Zero Wing's main force. Chapter 619, Generation of Talents. Underscore. Inside the 50-man team dungeon, the Ruins of the Crow God. A black crow that stood over 30 meters high currently spewed endless blue flames, turning the surrounding landscape into a sea of fire. Any players that came into contact with these blue flames would die within 3 seconds. This black crow was none other than the final boss of the dungeon, the Bluefire Crow King. Bluefire Crow King, High Lord. Level 28. HP 10.00000/10.0000000. Although a High Lord ranked dungeon boss was slightly weaker than a field boss of the same level and rank, its HP was several times higher. In addition, dungeon bosses also possessed some special skills, making them much harder to take down than field bosses. It was especially true for the final boss of a dungeon. These bosses usually possessed very high intelligence, so they knew how to strike at a team's weak points. Because of this, survival demanded significantly more cooperation between players. To put it simply, the final boss of a dungeon was a test of sorts of a team's ability to work with each other. If one wished to emerge victorious against such a boss, there were only two ways to do so. The first was to rely on the composite strength of teamwork, the second was to rely on overwhelming power. However, to the current players in God's domains, both were extremely hard to achieve. Careful. Dodge the flames. Anyone who has touched the flames, distance yourselves from the group immediately. Fire Dance shouted sternly. These blue flames were one of the Bluefire Crow King's team wipe skills. It would have been fine if the Sea of Fire only prevented players from approaching the High Lord. However, these flames were like a plague. Players who had touched the fire would inflict -2000 damage to other players within a radius of 10 yards once every 3 seconds. That amount of damage was more than half of a cloth armor class's HP. Moreover, this plague formed a chain reaction, jumping from player to player as they neared their teammates. If not dealt with properly, the debuff would make quick work of the entire team. Fortunately, none of the 50 players present were greenhorns. They had already fought the Bluefire Crow King dozens of times, so every one of them was extremely familiar with the High Lord's attacks. The moment the Crow King began to spew the blue flames, everyone instantly moved to dodge the attack. However, the flames still struck a few unfortunate players, so they had no choice but to distance themselves from the rest of the team. After the Bluefire Crow King stopped spewing its fire, it squinted as it focused on one of the healers standing at the rear line. Flapping its wings, it created a storm as it soared into the sky. The Crow King then spread its massive wings, blotting out the sun as it prepared to swoop down towards that healer. Damn! It's targeting Violet. Fire Dance frowned. Hurriedly, she shouted, "Cola, use Iron Will." Ow! Cola, who was as robust as a bear, shouted. In the blink of an eye, his body began to emit a golden glow, making it impossible for others to ignore him. Cola instantly attracted the Crow King's attention. The crow wings steel-like wings then descended on Cola's head. Iron Will, Tier 1 skill. Forces all nearby enemies to attack user and increases defense by 70% for 4 seconds. If enemy ignores user, strength increases by 70%, speed increases by 100%, and damage increases by 100% for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. A Guardian Knight's strength was already quite high. If Cola's strength increased by another 70% and his damage increased by another 100%, even a boss of the same level would find his attacks too much to bear. Hence, the Crow King had no choice but to attack Cola. Boom! The Crow King's black wings possessed a massive amount of attack power. Upon contact, the boss repelled Cola, the Guardian Knight having no choice but to retreat 8 steps before he could stabilize himself. Despite having blocked the attack with his shield, Cola still received over -800 damage. Its battering dive really packs a punch. Cola hurriedly used his shield to block the High Lord's follow-up attacks. Every collision numbed his arms and forced him to retreat by multiple steps. If his defense had not been increased by 70%, he would have easily received over 1,000 damage. The Crow King would attack more than a dozen times in quick succession when using battering dive. If Cola received every single attack, he would die without question. While Cola's HP rapidly decreased, Violet Cloud, who stood at the rear of the team, waved her jade-like hand. Healing spells then landed on Cola, one after another, causing Cola's HP to yo-yo. Her heals were very timely. In the end, Violet Cloud managed to stabilize Cola's HP above a safe threshold, letting the Guardian Knight avoid the fate of instant death at the hands of the Bluefire Crow King. Thanks to Violet Cloud's precise and powerful healing, the entire team had an easy time dealing with the Bluefire Crow King. Violet Cloud was the only healer responsible for the lead MT. This situation freed the other healers to focus on keeping the other members of the team alive, allowing the team to avoid losing members to one of the boss's minor skills. Meanwhile, the other ranged classes took the opportunity to barrage the High Lord with a stream of attacks. When Cola's Iron Will ended, the Bluefire Crow King shifted its focus back to Violet Cloud. However, just as the Crow King was about to deal with the Astromancer, the female Guardian Knight, Turtledove, similarly activated Iron Will and forced the Crow King to attack her instead. Turtledove was a Guardian Knight Xiaofan had encountered in White River City's teleportation hall during the incident with the Mechanical Slayer. Back then, she had only been at the standard of an elite player. Now, however, she had become a member of Zero Wing's main force. Of Zero Wing's Guardian Knights, she was only inferior to Cola and Yi Wumian. Unfortunately, as her equipment was slightly inferior, she required 2 healers to maintain her HP above a safe threshold. While the MTs held the boss, Fire Dance and the other melee players of the team assaulted the Bluefire Crow King with a continuous stream of attacks. The true fire blades in Fire Dance's hands transformed into countless streaks of light. Every one of her attacks dealt over -1000 damage. The total damage Fire Dance dealt surpassed even Blackie, who wielded an epic staff. Meanwhile, among the melee players, one berserker stood out like a sore thumb. Although this berserker's weapon was only a level 25 fine gold greatsword, his total damage ranked 7th in the entire team. He was none other than Shadow Sword, the person who had accompanied Turtledove during the Mechanical Slayer incident. Shadow Sword was almost equally matched with Rampant Blade, one of the 5 demon generals, and the berserker ranked 6th in terms of total damage within the team. However, unlike Shadow Sword, the weapon Rampant Blade used was a level 25 dark gold two-handed saber. However, although Rampant Blade's weapon possessed significantly higher attack power than Shadow Sword's fine gold greatsword, the 2 berserkers were almost equal in terms of their total damage. One could see clearly just how high Shadow Sword's skill completion rate was. Shadow, you're improving too fast. Your skill completion rate was roughly 78% yesterday, yet, today, it's sitting at 80%. It seems that my position as number 1 berserker will soon be in danger, Rampant Blade said, depressed. That's because you're not working hard enough. Shadow Sword has either been raiding dungeons or visiting the Divine Colosseum to improve himself, Yi Wumian, who had been the workshop's past leader, said contemptuously. Alright, enough. Focus on the boss. Fire Dance reprimanded. In reality, other than Shadow Sword, many other powerful recruits had joined Zero Wing's main force. This allowed the strength of Zero Wing's current main force to improve significantly. At this point in the fight, the Bluefire Crow King only had 50% of its HP remaining. Die, intruders, the Bluefire Crow King bellowed. Cola, take care of the boss. The other MTs and melees will deal with the small mobs. Fire Dance shouted, her expression turning grim. A moment later, over a dozen 3-meter-tall Bluefire crows descended from the sky. Every one of these Bluefire crows was a level 28 special elite, each with 300,000 HP. It would be extremely difficult with them all. If players did not dispatch these Bluefire crows swiftly, these monsters would grow using the only skill they possessed, growth. When the Bluefire crows used this skill, they would instantly become chieftain-ranked monsters, their maximum HPs reaching 700,000. If the battle dragged on for too long, they could even become lords that possessed 1,500,000 HP. Even a more powerful team could not contend with a high lord in addition to over a dozen lords. A few minutes later, a group of players emerged from the ruins of the Crow God's resurrection point. Meanwhile, quite a few teams took this chance to relax around the resurrection point. Among them were the various large guilds of White River City. The Bluefire Crow King had wiped them all out. When everyone saw this new group of players appear, they all could not help but gaze at these players with admiration. This group was none other than Zero Wing's main force. They were the team with the best equipment of all the teams in White River City. Those Bluefire Crows are too difficult to deal with. Our overall DPS is still too low, Blackie stated dispiritedly. It would be awesome if Guild Leader joined us. With his DPS, we can breeze through this boss. The other members of Zero Wing's main force nodded in agreement. In their opinion, Xiaofan was no longer a human. He alone could serve as an entire team. Suddenly, Fire Dance received a call from Aqua Rose. After exchanging a few words, joy appeared on Fire Dance's face. "Let's head back to the city and rest for a bit," Fire Dance said through the team chat. "Return? Aren't we supposed to try 5 or 6 more times today?" Blackie asked, surprised. "Didn't you want Guild Leader to raid with us?" Fire Dance grinned. "Guild Leader has just returned, and he's telling us to head back to the residence immediately. He says that he has something to tell us and that it's related to the dungeon." "Really?" Everyone was suddenly excited. "We'll know once we get back." Saying so, Fire Dance took out a return scroll and began chanting. Everyone else followed her example, one after another. "Look! Zero Wing's main force is leaving. Are they giving up on the dungeon?" "Probably. The final boss of the ruins of the Crow God is really too powerful. They must have guessed that no team will clear it anytime soon, so why bother wasting their time here?" Many teams that had watched Zero Wing carefully before chatting among themselves. Chapter 620, Frightening Power of Darkness. After Zero Wing's main force left the ruins of the Crow God, the news spread like wildfire. If one were to point out which guild in White River City had the highest chances of obtaining the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God, it would undoubtedly be Zero Wing. Not only did Zero Wing's team possess excellent equipment, but it also had plenty of experts. Following Zero Wing would be Overwhelming Smile and the other guilds. It was especially true for the recently established guild, Heaven's Burial. The new guild's rating speed was only slightly slower than Zero Wing and Overwhelming Smile. "Leader, it seems that Zero Wing has left," a level 28 ranger in gray reported to a youth in white robes. "Everyone's already at the point of clearing the dungeon, yet, Zero Wing has given up?" The white-robed youth pondered the situation. He was greatly confused about Zero Wing's actions. "Leader, Zero Wing must have determined that they aren't able to raid the final boss and gave up," a gorgeous woman wearing low-cut crimson robes commented, smirking. "Everyone talks about how Zero Wing has so many experts. Now, however, it seems that they only amount to this. Despite our Heaven's Burial having such a late start, we still caught up to Zero Wing's raid progression of the ruins of the Crow God, reaching the 3rd phase of the final boss. As long as we familiarize ourselves with the boss's 3rd phase, today might be the day we surpass Zero Wing and become the first guild in White River City to reach the 4th phase of the final boss." Hearing this beautiful woman's words, pride appeared on every face in the team. "Leader, just ignore Zero Wing. We are the experts the company has recruited. Zero Wing arrived in White River City only a few days before us. If we had arrived earlier, Zero Wing would not necessarily be White River City's overlord," a tall and robust level 28 berserker said, laughing. Although Heaven's Burial was a newly established guild, the power backing the guild was much stronger than even the power behind Overwhelming Smile. Moreover, their company had paid a huge price to recruit quite a few well-known experts in the virtual gaming world. Among them, the commander of Heaven's Burial's main force, Flame Blood, had been crowned as one of the top 10 newcomers of the virtual gaming world during the previous year. He had once been an expert who had become an overlord in a large-scale virtual reality game. Now that Flame Blood and so many other experts have arrived in White River City, if they could not surpass Zero Wing, they would have wasted their many years of playing virtual reality games. Indeed. Regardless of what Zero Wing does, we will be the ones to obtain the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God, Flame Blood said, revealing a refreshing smile. Soon, Ghost Shadow and the others will arrive. At that time, Heaven's Burial will claim the ruins of the Crow God in one fell swoop. Hearing the name Ghost Shadow, a hint of reverence appeared in everyone's eyes. The Ghost Shadow Workshop was one of the industry's first-rate gaming workshop. It had came conflicted with super guilds in many virtual reality games before. The strength of the workshop's core members was extraordinary. Meanwhile, in terms of popularity, Ghost Shadow was even superior to the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow, and the guild leader of Star Alliance, Galaxy Past. 2 days ago, the company successfully purchased Ghost Shadow Workshop, rebranding the workshop's members as members of Heaven's Burial. Heaven's Burial's strength soared instantly and even showed signs of surpassing Zero Wing. Aside from Heaven's Burial, Overwhelming Smile had also made ample preparations in order to conquer the ruins of the Crow God. War Wolf, who had been based in Maple City, had come to White River City. In addition, he brought with him a group of experts with domineering auras. If Xiaofan were present, he would definitely be shocked as a few of War Wolf's team actually consisted of Ouroboros's top combatants. Among them was the gifted Soaring Snake, who had undergone a massive change. Not only had he reached level 29, but he also carried 2 blue longswords whose quality could not be determined. The 2 longswords looked identical, and it was obvious that they were a set. Brother Wolf, now that Zero Wing has given up, the rest will be up to you. Feng Xianyang addressed War Wolf respectfully. After facing a series of failures, Feng Xianyang's position in Underworld had fallen significantly. However, he had not given up. As long as Overwhelming Smile obtained the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God, he still had a chance to make a comeback. Hence, he had specifically invited War Wolf and the others to help him. Young Master Feng, you can rest assured. God's domain is not a one-man game. Even if Black Flame is more powerful, his capabilities inside a large-scale dungeon are limited. With Boss Wolf taking the lead with our expert support, the ruins of the Crow God's first clear will be ours for the taking, an elementalist said confidently. War Wolf only nodded silently. After the third evolution of God's domain, the powers backing the various large guilds had begun placing importance on the experts in God's domain. As War Wolf possessed extraordinary strength, his position in Underworld rose rapidly. Not only did Underworld supply him and his team with all sorts of resources, but the organization had also mobilized the guilds under their control in order to gear up War Wolf and the others. In terms of equipment, their team was only slightly inferior to Zero Wing's main force right now. While Overwhelming Smile and Heaven's Burial prepared to go all out in raiding the ruins of the Crow God, things were getting extraordinarily lively in Zero Wing's residence in White River City. Guild leader is finally willing to lead us in a dungeon. I want to see just what sort of reaction those bastards from Overwhelming Smile will have once we leave them in our dust. Kola laughed loudly. Guild leader said that he would lead us in a dungeon the last time. He's finally fulfilling his promise, Yi Wumian said, laughing as well. Zero Wing had already proven its strength to the public many a time through the wars they've participated in. However, regardless of how capable a guild was in PvP, their ability to raid large-scale dungeons was far more important. Only when they obtained the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God would they truly stabilize their position as White River City's overlords. Otherwise, other guilds would always try to rise up and overtake Zero Wing. However, compared to White River City's overlord position, what everyone truly anticipated was for Xiaofan to lead them in a large-scale dungeon personally. That way, they could learn far more from him. It would be a huge help towards improving their own strength. A moment later, the doors of the meeting room abruptly opened. Xiaofan slowly entered the room. He had already used the demon mask to recover Black Flame's appearance. Although there were no changes to Black Flame's character, his aura was much stronger than before. Everyone was shocked by this change. Originally, Xiaofang's aura had been contained, making him seem like only an ordinary passerby. However, after undergoing a series of challenges that pushed him to his very limits, his strength had improved vastly. At this moment, his previous strength could not compare. He would require some time before he could sheath his aura once more. Taking his seat on the guild leader's throne, Xiaofan swept a glance over everyone present and said slowly, "The reason why I've called you guys back is to notify you of one thing. You could also say that this is a core secret of Zero Wing." Upon hearing the words, "core secret," everyone immediately fell silent. "There's no point in just telling you. I'll give you a demonstration," Xiaofan announced, smiling faintly. He then shifted his gaze to the Berserker Shadow Sword, saying, "Shadow Sword, come over here for a moment." Shadow Sword revered Xiaofan. Ever since watching Xiaofan battle at the teleportation hall, Shadow Sword had been mesmerized by Xiaofang's combat techniques. He had watched and learned from Xiaofang's battle videos repeatedly, hoping to grasp even the tiniest fraction of Xiaofang's techniques. Hearing Xiaofan call for him, despite his normal calm, he involuntarily grew excited. Immediately, he walked up to his guild leader. Xiaofan stretched out his hand, a black ball the size of a fist suddenly condensing in his palm. The center of the ball looked like a miniature universe. It was fascinating. Xiaofan snapped his fingers. This black ball then melded into Shadow Sword's body. When this black ball vanished into Shadow Sword's body, the Berserker's aura changed. Suddenly, Shadow Sword released a frightening aura resembling that of a demonic beast. "This is..." Shadow Sword looked at himself in shock. He had never experienced such a strong force before. With Shadow Sword's astounded reaction, there was no need to mention everyone else's, who possessed acute five senses. So strong. Fire Dance faintly felt a sense of danger when she looked at Shadow Sword. Chapter 621, Sensation. As the commander of Zero Wing's main force, Fire Dance had a very clear understanding of every member's strength. Although Shadow Sword had improved quite significantly during this period, his combat power only ranked slightly above average for the team. He was not capable of making her feel even the slightest hint of danger. However, the Shadow Sword standing before her was vastly different. It was as if he had transformed into an ancient beast, dangerous and threatening, in the blink of an eye. After receiving Lei Bao and Xiaofang's continuous guidance, Fire Dance had mostly learned how to control her body's power. She had already taken half a step into the refinement realm. Her skill completion rates hovered around 85% as a result. She was considered a true top-tier expert. After factoring in the powerful attributes of her Tier 1 set equipment, the Dark Melody set equipment, very few players could triumph over her. Only monsters like Xiaofan could possibly defeat her. Yet, now, Fire Dance felt that Shadow Sword had a chance against her. One could just imagine how massive of a buff Shadow Sword had received. "Guild leader, what is going on here?" Aqua Rose fixed her gaze on Xiaofan. She very much wanted to know what had just happened. Everyone present turned to Xiaofan as well, all of them sharing the same thought as Aqua Rose. If a few more of their team members suddenly become as strong as Shadow Sword, they would no longer be stuck at the Bluefire Crow King's third phase. Every player here was a core member of Zero Wing. To ordinary players, they were considered absolute experts. Not only did they possess incomparably acute senses, but their intuitions were also very sensitive. Only by sheathing one's aura perfectly could they fool these players. Xiaofan during their previous encounter was an example. Before this, he could hide his aura completely and disguise himself as an ordinary passerby. Players only realized what a monster Xiaofan actually was after he took action. Seeing the fervent gazes directed at him, Xiaofan could not help but laugh as he said, "I obtained an item that can increase a player's strength. As for how much of an improvement it grants, you guys can see that for yourselves." The power of darkness could increase a player's basic attributes by 30%. An increase of 30% was the equivalent of a player's combat power reaching a whole new level. For example, if a player possessed Tier 1 intermediate combat power, after their attributes increased by 30%, their combat power would approach the peak of Tier 1. Shadow Sword was currently level 28, and his strength was near the top of Tier 1 intermediate. He was close to approaching Tier 1 advanced. After the power of darkness's enhancement, his combat power would rise to the peak of Tier 1. Meanwhile, Fire Dance, who was currently level 30, already possessed combat power at the peak of Tier 1. Facing Shadow Sword, who similarly possessed combat power at the peak of Tier 1, it was only natural for Fire Dance to feel some danger from the Berserker. Of course, the power of darkness did not permanently increase a player's attributes. Rather, it gave players a berserk skill that they could activate freely. Only, this berserker skill had a slightly longer duration than ordinary berserk skills. The power of darkness lasted a full 10 minutes and had a cooldown of 5 hours. Shadow Sword's sudden strength boost was due to the fact that the power of darkness had just melded with the berserker, resulting in the berserk skill activating immediately. However, this effect only lasted several seconds. Once it was over, the berserk skill would become an active skill that players could use at any time. This had been the true power of the Black Demon Legion. Berserk skills were extremely rare in the entire God's domain. If every member of a legion possessed a berserk skill that lasted 10 full minutes, one could just imagine how frightening they would be. This was also why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion had not been a match for the Fantasy Shrine's Black Demon Legion in the past. Guild Leader, how many people can that tool strengthen? As the vice leader of the guild, Aqua Rose was particularly concerned about this. If they could enhance many players, they could definitely raise the main force's combat power to a whole new level. Everyone's hearts began to pound upon hearing Aqua Rose's question. They, too, wished to become stronger like Shadow Sword. However, they all knew that such a buff could only be used on a limited number of players. It would not be easy to obtain a spot for themselves. Relax. Every member of the main force can obtain this power. Xiaofan did not reveal the exact numbers to his guildmates. There were a total of 100 members in Zero Wing's main force. In addition, there were 200 reserve members. The 600 slots he had on hand were more than enough to go around. Everyone? Guild leader, you're not joking, right? Aqua Rose was inwardly thunderstruck. She seriously doubted Xiaofang's claim. If every member of Zero Wing's main force could possess this power, then they could display astonishing combat power. Not to mention the hard mode ruins of the Crow God, they could even try Hell mode. I have not finished. I plan to choose some members from the second echelon to form the Black Demon Legion. This legion will focus on dealing with field bosses and 20-man Hell mode team dungeons. I'll leave this matter to you, Aqua. Xiaofan did not wish to waste his remaining power of darkness. In the past, one of the duties of the Fantasy Shrine's Black Demon Legion was to grind and collect equipment through raiding various 10-man and 20-man Hell mode team dungeons. In a guild, even the elite teams would struggle to raid 10-man and 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons. With the power of darkness, however, the difficulty of dungeons would fall sharply. It would be much easier to clear dungeons in the future. It was also this reason that had allowed the Fantasy Shrine to amass a ton of wealth. The greatest asset they could gain from raiding Hell Mode dungeons was magic crystals. Normal mode dungeons very rarely dropped magic crystals. However, it was a different story for Hell Mode dungeons. The drop rate in Hell Mode dungeons was more than 10 times that of normal mode. The magic crystals could then be used to train the guild's elites and experts. Hence, Fantasy Shrine's overall strength had steadily increased in the past. In the end, the guild had become the overlord of the Black Dragon Empire, and even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had been forced to give way to Fantasy Shrine. In this life, Xiaofan could use the power of darkness on far more players than Fantasy Extinguisher had been able to. Naturally, he had to utilize this benefit properly. A short moment later, every official member of Zero Wing's main force received the power of darkness. To Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, a 30% increase in attributes was colossal. Their combat power had already been at the peak of Tier 1. After using the power of darkness, they even qualified to contend with a Lord, which was the equivalent of a Tier 2 class, by themselves. Although they still could not win against a Lord, they could hold one off for a relatively long time. They could almost rival a great expert such as War Wolf. Only, they still lacked techniques. After strengthening the main force, Xiaofan led Fire Dance and the others towards the ruins of the Crow God. Although Xiaofan still had many things he needed to attend to, such as the teleportation magic array and the stables, the construction of these two required materials. These materials could only be obtained from large-scale team dungeons. Hence, there was no point in focusing on those items for now. An hour or so later. Ruins of the Crow God. An extremely tense atmosphere surrounded the 50-man team dungeon. Players crowded the vast plains around the ruins. The majority of these players consisted of guild players. The various large guilds in White River City knew that this was the juncture for the final sprint to claim the first clear of the ruins of the Crow God. It was highly possible that a lucky guild would obtain the first clear in the next second. Hence, many guilds' members anxiously waited outside the dungeon's entrance. If their guild's team required any tasks or additional supplies, these idle members would rush to get it done or delivered. Look! It's Zero Wing. Huh? Why are they here again? I thought they gave up. I don't think so. Look, even Black Flame has shown up. They must plan to go all out. This is going to be interesting. Just before this, Heaven's Burial also received backup from a group of experts. I heard that those experts were members of the Ghost Shadow Workshop. Every one of them is incredibly strong. As for Overwhelming Smile, they, too, dispatched a lot of experts. I wonder which of the three will emerge wearing the crown. I'm betting on Heaven's Burial. They have Ghost Shadow leading the team. Even super guilds are trying to annex the Ghost Shadow Workshop. Moreover, Heaven's Burial entered the dungeon a while ago. Zero Wing has only just arrived. Most likely, they are already too late. Upon noticing Zero Wing's arrival, everyone in front of the ruins of the Crow God began chatting among themselves. Guild leader, we have trouble. I've heard of Ghost Shadow before. He is definitely an expert among experts. Moreover, he has a group of reliable teammates with him. Now that they've been in the dungeon for quite some time, it will be difficult to compete over the first clear. Aqua Rose frowned slightly. She had heard plenty about Ghost Shadow. Xiaofan shook his head. Laughing, he said, "Who says we're competing over the first clear of hard mode?" Everyone turned to Xiaofan in shock. However, before they could react, Xiaofan selected the dungeon's Hell Mode difficulty. In the next moment, every member of the team was teleported into the dungeon. Chapter 622, Power That Causes Despair. Look! That's the teleportation gate for Hell Mode. That's impossible, right? Is Zero Wing actually challenging the Hell Mode ruins of the Crow God? Have they lost their minds? I heard that the ruins' final boss is a great lord. It's many times stronger than a high lord ranked boss. There's no way any of these guilds can beat something so strong. Could Zero Wing's team leader have chosen the wrong difficulty? When everyone outside the ruins of the Crow God saw the pair of pitch-black teleportation gates and the flickering skull behind it, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The final boss of hard mode already made them feel powerless. None of them even humored the thought of raiding Hell Mode. Shortly after Xiaofan and the others entered the dungeon, the news quickly spread throughout White River City. No one who heard it could bring themselves to believe that it was true. Meanwhile, if one had to point out who was most shocked by the news, then it would be White River City's various large guilds. Now that White River City's long period of development had come to an end, the city contained well over 100 guilds. Meanwhile, as White River City's overlord, Zero Wing constantly received attention from many of these guilds. They actually dare challenge Hell Mode even though they still haven't cleared Hard Mode. I never thought that Black Flame would be so foolhardy. When Feng Xianyang received the latest news regarding Zero Wing, he could not contain his mocking smile. Underworld's information network covered over a dozen kingdoms and multiple empires. As part of Underworld's middle management, Feng Xianyang knew exactly what the Hell Mode of a 50-man team dungeon represented. Despair. Of all these kingdoms and empires, there were several top-tier large guilds that had already conquered the hard mode of a 50-man team dungeon. Yet, out of all of these guilds, not a single one had managed to defeat the first boss of Hell Mode. They had not even managed to drop the boss's HP below 90%. No matter which MT they tried, everyone died from a single hit. It was useless, regardless of how many healers the team had. In the end, these top-tier large guilds had no choice but to give up on raiding the Hell Mode of their respective 50-man team dungeons and had to shift their focus to 100-man team dungeons instead. Previously, Zero Wing had only reached the third phase of the Bluefire Crow King, yet, now, they were actually trying to challenge Hell Mode. Even with 3 or 4 Xiaofans, they still had no chance. Meanwhile, inside the ruins of the Crow God. Regarding the environment, there were not many differences between the Hell Mode and Hard Mode ruins of the Crow God. Collapsed shrines and towering statues littered the ruins. At this moment, however, Fire Dance and the others were extraordinarily tensed. Every one of them wore somber expressions. Haven't you guys fought up to the final boss of this place already? Why are you all so nervous? Xiaofan could not help but laugh as he looked at his teammates. He was the only one who had not drawn his weapons, ready to fight at a moment's notice. Team dungeons were different from 6-man party dungeons. Team dungeons only refreshed once every 3 days. It did not make a difference if one cleared normal, hard, or Hell Mode. Moreover, in team dungeons, bosses and monsters would not respawn even if the team decided to change difficulties midway. Teams would not be able to kill bosses that they had already defeated. Depending on which boss a team fought up to, they would simply continue from the same boss after switching difficulties. Only, the strength of the remaining monsters and bosses would change according to the new difficulty. There was a difference between the team dungeons in God's domain and those in other virtual reality games. Unlike other virtual reality games, the difficulty setting of team dungeons could only be increased, not decreased. In other words, if a team raided hard mode and defeated the first boss, but failed to defeat the second boss, they were not allowed to lower the difficulty to normal mode to continue raiding the dungeon from there. If they wished to change the difficulty of the dungeon, they could only raise it to Hell Mode. Previously, Fire Dance and the others had fought up to the final boss. Now that they had selected Hell Mode difficulty, the path to the final boss was quite safe. Everyone felt a little embarrassed and they heard Shifeng's questions. They had an instinctive fear of hell mode. "Alright, let's take a look at the Bluefire Crow King," Shifeng said, laughing. Fire Dance then led the way towards the final boss's nest. Meanwhile, as Shifeng followed, he called up the system interface. He was currently level 34 and was already far above the maximum level limit, level 30, to obtain the dungeon's first clear. He needed to reduce his level. Moreover, the Hell Mode Bluefire Crow King was not a trivial opponent. Even if he had 4 additional levels of attributes, it would not make a huge difference. Converting those levels and attributes into combat power would be far more beneficial. Shifeng selected his skill window and clicked on Flame Burst. He leveled up the skill without hesitation. At level 9, Flame Burst was already an impressively domineering skill. After the Flame Burst icon flashed a few times, the skill upgraded to Tier 1, level 5. The skill's stats increased significantly as well. Flame Burst. Tier 1, level 5, requires 480 million EXP to upgrade to Tier 1 level 6 skill. Channeling time, 1 second. Gathers the power of flames to a single point and causes 900% damage to the target. Attack count, 15 times. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Originally, the level 9 Flame Burst had an attack count of 12, and every attack dealt 750% of Shifeng's damage. Now, not only did the attack count increase by 3, but the damage each hit dealt also increased significantly. The Tier 1, level 5 Flame Burst's damage far surpassed the level 9 Flame Burst. At the same time, however, Shifeng's level fell rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he dropped to level 30, which was in line with the requirement of obtaining first clear of the dungeon. As expected of a super skill. If I want to upgrade Flame Burst further, I'll have to wait until I am level 40 at the very least. Shifeng inwardly calculated. Flame Burst required 480 million EXP just to reach the next level. With Shifeng's current level, if he upgraded Flame Burst to Tier 1, level 6, he would most likely drop to level 25. Any other player would most likely lose many more levels. Shifeng's saving grace was his class's high EXP requirement. However, upgrading Flame Burst to Tier 1, level 5 at the cost of 4 levels was still a worthwhile exchange. With this skill alone, Shifeng was confident of heavily injuring even a full HP Lord. In the future, he would have a much easier time killing Lord-ranked monsters. Half an hour later, Shifeng and the others arrived before the Crow God's shrine, the Bluefire Crow King's nest. It's huge. Blackie gaped as he gazed at the Bluefire Crow King in the distance. In hard mode, the Bluefire Crow King was roughly 30 meters tall. That was already an intimidating size. Now, however, the Bluefire Crow King before them stood over 50 meters high. The hard mode Bluefire Crow King was a child compared to the hell mode Bluefire Crow King. Bluefire Crow King, Great Lord. Level 30. HP 27,000,000/27,000,000. How are we supposed to fight that? Its HP alone is already more than double that of the High Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King. Cola gulped, his prior enthusiasm dissipating. Although they were now capable of activating the power of darkness and increasing their basic attributes by 30% for 10 minutes, the Bluefire Crow King's attributes had increased by more than 30%. The gap between them now was even wider than before. Fire Dance frowned. Even she was not confident of taking down such a powerful boss. "Leader, are we still going to fight it?" Aqua Rose asked as she turned to Shifeng. Initially, due to Shifeng's leadership, everyone had possessed a shred of confidence of conquering the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. However, they had terribly underestimated the horrors of hell mode. Even with Shifeng, it was impossible for them to defeat such a powerful boss. Fight! Why wouldn't we? What else do you think we came here to do? Xiaofan rolled his eyes at his team. This was not the first time Xiaofan had experienced the horrors of Hell Mode. Even if Xiaofan went all out, he would require a long time to finish off the Crow King's 27 million HP. Not to mention, the Crow King would also recover 1% of its HP every 5 seconds. The Great Lord's battle recovery alone made for a frightening weapon. This was why an individual's power was extremely limited inside a team dungeon. Even though Xiaofan was capable of withstanding the Crow King's attacks for a short period, he and his team could not deplete that much HP within such a short time. Of course, since he dared to come here, he naturally had a certain degree of confidence of emerging victorious. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to challenge Hell Mode. Time to put you to good use. Xiaofan opened his bag and smiled at the Bible of Darkness. Chapter 623, Tier 2 Strengthening. Looking at Xiaofan, who was brimming with confidence, everyone's heavy hearts grew lighter. Although the Great Lord ranked Bluefire Crow King was powerful, they still had a fighting chance against it. After all, dungeons were meant to be raided by players. They just had not figured out a proper raiding strategy yet. In the next moment, Xiaofan retrieved the Bible of Darkness from his bag and began to chant the incantation recorded within. Emerge, Demon Gate. With Xiaofang's light shout, the dark mist in the sky congregated to form a pair of dark gray gates. However, unlike the demon gate Charlene had summoned, Xiaofang's was far weaker. Not only was the size of the demon gate much smaller, but the aura it radiated was also ordinary. It lacked the ability to instill fear in others. Although the demon gate he summoned was significantly smaller, Xiaofan did not particularly mind it. However, to Fire Dance and the others, who were seeing these gates for the first time, their expressions grew serious as their gazes locked onto the demon gate. As the demon gates slowly opened, everyone felt a sense of panic. A moment later, a purple demon, double the height of an average player, stepped out from the demon gate. When this purple evil spirit swept its eyes across the crowd before it, Fire Dance and the others instinctively raised their weapons, expecting a fight. There is no need to worry. This is a demon that I've summoned. Xiaofan waved his hand, signaling for the others to calm down. It seems that my luck is quite good this time. It is actually a Heart Devourer, a Tier 2 evil spirit. Heart Devourer, Evil Spirit. Level 35. HP 1, 200,000/1, 200,000. A Tier 2 evil spirit was the equivalent of a Lord-ranked monster. Although it did not possess as much HP as a Lord of the same level, in terms of skills and intelligence, it was superior. It would be a massive help in a team dungeon. Although players could bring their personal guards to a dungeon, Kite's current level was too high. Moreover, in the off chance that Kite died, it would be extremely troublesome to revive him. Most importantly, personal guards took up dungeon slot. Hence, it was not worthwhile to bring a personal guard. However, Xiaofan would not have to worry about such matters if he summoned a demon. Moreover, every demon possessed many skills and was proficient in a specific field. Take the Heart Devourer for example. It was proficient as support. Not only was it capable of weakening its enemies, but it was also capable of enhancing its allies' strength, which was why Xiaofan was satisfied with his luck. A Tier 2 demon. Aqua Rose stared at the Heart Devourer in shock. There were plenty of summoning skills in God's domain. For example, the Summoner was a class that specialized in summoning creatures. However, even a Tier 1 summoner would find it very difficult to summon a Tier 1 creature. The majority of the current summoner players could only summon Tier 0 creatures to fight for them. If Tier 1 summoners already found it difficult to summon Tier 1 creatures, there was no need to mention Tier 2 creatures. That was practically a Lord-ranked monster. the summoned creature would be able to move unhindered among the current players of God's domain. It could even display unimaginable strength in current dungeons. Alright, everyone get into positions. Maintain a distance of 10 yards between each other. Fight the Bluefire Crow King as you would the hard mode boss. Xiaofan immediately began to issue commands, not wanting to waste any more time. In the past, Xiaofan had raided the hell mode ruins of the Crow God so often that he found it tiresome. Only, at that time, he had conquered the dungeon by relying on level suppression. Every one of his team members had been above level 40. The equipment they wore had also been secret silver rank or higher. There were not many differences between the hell mode and hard mode ruins of the Crow God. Only, the basic attributes and skills of the monsters had been greatly enhanced. The dungeon's bosses had not received any additional skills, and no new traps had been added into the dungeon. The ruins of the Crow God could be considered to be a large-scale team dungeon of intermediate difficulty. Heart Devourer, support spells. Xiaofan commanded the demon once everyone was in position. Nodding, the Heart Devourer began drawing line after line of runes in the air with its sharp claws. Tier 2 spell, Iron Wall Reinforcement. Tier 2 spell, Blood Radiance. Tier 2 spell, Magic Power Increase. Tier 2 spell, Mad Cow's Power. The Heart Devourer's Tier 2 spell significantly increased the strength of the entire team. It was especially true for Cola's defense and HP. Not only had his defense doubled, but his HP also increased by 60%. Cola's HP was now over 16,000. As for Yi Wumian, the second-ranking MT on the team, his HP was also close to reaching 15,000. Due to the significant increase in defense, HP, and strength, it was no longer possible for the Great Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King to kill them with a single hit. Damn, having Tier 2 support spells is just too awesome. Blackie grew excited as he discovered that the magic damage he dealt and healing effects he received had increased by 20%. With this, the team's damage and healing rose to a whole new level. Everyone finally understood why Xiaofan wanted to challenge Hell Mode. With the assistance of these Tier 2 spells, it would be child's play to fight the hard mode Bluefire Crow King. Attack! Xiaofan shouted as he unsheathed the abyssal blade. Cola and Yi Wumian immediately took the lead and charged towards the Great Lord. When there was still a distance of 150 yards between the two MTs and the Bluefire Crow King, the Great Lord noticed Cola and Yi Wumian. Caw! The Crow King's cry echoed throughout the shrine. It flapped its wings, sending black feathers, which were as large as the players themselves, flying at the two MTs. The densely packed feathers descended on the two MTs like raindrops, giving them no opportunity to dodge the attacks. Immediately, Cola and Yi Wumian both raised their shields to defend against the attacks. These feathers deal a lot of damage. Cola stated, aghast. In hard mode, the Crow King's feather attack only dealt around -200 to -300 damage per feather. However, due to the high number of feathers, Cola would receive more than -1000 damage per second, so the overall damage was relatively high. However, the Great Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King's feathers each dealt nearly -400 damage, and this was after his defense had doubled. If he did not have the assistance of the Heart Devourer's Tier 2 spells, he would most likely have received around -800 damage from each feather. When Cola and Yi Wumian were still 50 yards from the Bluefire Crow King, the Great Lord halted its feather attack. It then condensed a ball of blue fire in its mouth, launching it at the Guardian Knight Cola and the Shield Warrior Yi Wumian. Cola and Yi Wumian had long since familiarized themselves with dodging these flames. Immediately, they both threw themselves to the ground, dodging the blue flames and taking the opportunity to charge at the Great Lord. Shield Bash. -1042. Violent Strike. -895. Cola and Yi Wumian sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Crap! Why is its defense so strong? Cola's eyes widened in shock when he saw the damage he had caused. After being strengthened by Mad Cow's power, his strength increased by 15%. His damage should have significantly increased as well. If he were facing the High Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King, his damage would have easily surpassed -1,500 points, yet, now, his attack had only dealt slightly over -1,000 damage. While Cola was still in a daze, the Bluefire Crow King flapped its wings and slapped them at Cola. Reacting quickly, Cola raised his shield to protect himself. Boom! The impact drove Cola knee-deep into the ground. A damage of over -4,000 appeared above his head. Why is the Great Lord-ranked Crow King so powerful? Every member of the team was stunned by this scene. If Cola had received the Crow King's attack with his body rather than his shield, he would have most likely died. Moreover, if he had not received the buff to his defense, he would have received over -8,000 damage, even if he had blocked the attack with his shield. Xiaofan was not surprised. Without the assistance of Tier 2 support spells, Cola would have had to activate the power of darkness to withstand the Great Lord's attacks. Otherwise, the boss would kill him very easily. However, due to the Heart Devourer, this battle became a lot easier. Your turn. Xiaofan commanded the Heart Devourer once more. Having prepared for this moment, the Heart Devourer pointed its finger at the sky. Suddenly, a 7-star magic array appeared on the Bluefire Crow King's body. Tier 2 spell, Judgment of the 7 Stars. Immediately, the Bluefire Crow King released a pained cry. Chapter 624, Difference in Strength. The 7-star magic array suppressed the Bluefire Crow King. The Crow King struggled as if it were trapped inside a swamp, its mobility declining sharply. As a result, the Crow King's massive wings, which originally descended towards Cola, slowed significantly as well. Such a powerful spell. Cola took the opportunity to roll out of the way, easily dodging the Great Lord's wing attack. As the team's lead MT, if Cola could dodge the boss's attacks, it would reduce the burden on the team's healers. Moreover, the healers would not have to run the risk of attracting the boss's attention due to healing too much. Good. Everyone, attack. Xiaofan nodded as he ordered the team's damage dealers to begin their assault. The Tier 2 spell, Judgment of the 7 Stars, was not an attack-type spell. Instead, it placed a powerful binding on a single target. The spell's effects would even affect a Great Lord. With the Heart Devourer's Judgment of the 7 Stars, both the melee and ranged damage dealers could attack the boss safely. This was particularly helpful to Fire Dance and Flying Shadow as the high damage they dealt drew the Crow King's aggro. With the boss's restricted movements, they could dodge its attacks easily, not having to worry about pulling aggro at all. This was just like the time Blue Frost's team had used the Demon Sealing Barrier on the Great Lord Noya. However, even though the Demon Sealing Barrier's restraining effects were far more powerful than the Judgment of the 7 Stars, players could not maintain the barrier for too long due to a lack of mana. On the other hand, there was no need to worry about such problems when it came to the Judgment of the 7 Stars. The Heart Devourer was a Tier 2 evil spirit. It possessed an abundance of mana, more than a dozen times that of a player of the same level. Hence, the evil spirit could maintain the Tier 2 spell for a very long time, long enough to last until the end of the battle. Moreover, the team would not have to sacrifice any combat power by using the Judgment of the 7 Stars. They were not required to partition a portion of the team to maintain the magic array. Hence, the overall effect of the Judgment of the 7 Stars was much stronger than the Demon Sealing Barrier. The Bible of Darkness really is impressive. It is no wonder why Fantasy Extinguisher had been able to lead his team into large-scale team dungeons, one after another, in the past. Xiaofan was extremely satisfied with the Bible of Darkness. Ordinary fragmented legendary items could not compare it at all. Following which, Xiaofan joined in the attack on the boss as well. No matter what was said or done, the Bluefire Crow King was a great lord. Although various spells buffed their team, everyone's total damage was still considerably low. Currently, the team's number 1 DPS was Fire Dance. Each of the female assassins' normal attacks dealt roughly -900 damage. She could inflict over -2000 damage if she used her skills. Even when she used Absolute Strike, the most powerful burst skill available to a Tier 1 assassin, she only managed to deal around -5000 damage to the Great Lord. As for everyone else, the majority of their normal attacks only dealt around -600 to -700 damage. They were only able to deal more than -1000 damage if they used skills, and very few among them could deal more than -2000 damage. To the Bluefire Crow King, which had 27 million HP, that damage was practically negligible. Thanks to its battle recovery, the Bluefire Crow King could recover up to 270,000 HP every 5 seconds, it was the equivalent of recovering 54,000 HP every second. The Crow King's battle recovery alone negated most of the damage everyone dealt. Moreover, this was a battle inside a dungeon, not a shooting range where one could stand still and attack freely. Everyone had to focus attention on dodging the Crow King's attacks, so it was impossible for them to attack constantly. In other words, if their damage output was insufficient, it was impossible for them to kill the Bluefire Crow King. Rather, the Great Lord would exhaust them to death first. Xiaofan then activated Windwalk and circled to the Crow King's side. After activating the Aura of Fire, Purgatory Power, Phantom Kill, and 9 Dragon Slash, Xiaofan began his assault on the Great Lord. As the Crow King's mobility was restricted, it could not avoid Xiaofan's attacks. Every one of Xiaofan's normal attack dealt over -1500 damage or -3000 damage with a critical hit. Due to the Abyssal Blade, he had a 50% chance of achieving a critical hit. The Abyssal Blade also increased the damage he dealt with each successful hit. After landing his 10th attack, his subsequent normal attacks began dealing over -1800 damage, over -3600 damage if it were a critical. As for his doppelganger, although it only possessed 70% of Xiaofan's attributes, it had activated Blade Liberation, increasing its strength and agility by 90%. The damage the doppelganger currently dealt was actually higher than Xiaofan's. Each of its normal attacks dealt over -2400 damage, while its critical hits deal nearly -5000 damage. The doppelganger's attack speed was also slightly faster than Xiaofan. Xiaofang's normal attack damage was already several times higher than Fire Dance's, not to mention his skills. Double Chop. -11,420, -15,432. Double Thunder Flame Explosion. -14,266, -20,164. Damages of over -10,000 appeared above the Bluefire Crow King's head, one after another, the Great Lord repeatedly crying out in pain as its HP bar decreased. Everyone's jaws hit the floor when they saw these damages. Guild Leader, are you cheating? Guild Leader, you're not giving us a chance. Everyone's eyes twitched every time they saw Xiaofang's attacks deal over -10,000 damage. It would have been fine if that was the only issue, but there were also the occasional -20,000, or even -30,000 hits. Xiaofang's damage was over a dozen times higher than theirs. Their attacks were on entirely different levels. Originally, everyone had already treated Fire Dance as if she were a monster, as every time they raided a dungeon, Fire Dance's total damage always ranked at the top of the team. Moreover, her total damage was over 50% higher than the second place. Yet, what about Xiaofan? Despite having only attacked for a short time, his damage had already surpassed Fire Dance by more than 8 times. His damage was the equivalent of half the team's total damage. None of them understood how Xiaofan had achieved such a feat. "Guild leader, can't you give us some tips on how to increase our damage?" Blackie felt as if this were the first time he had ever met Xiaofan. Xiaofang's damage simply defied common sense. Suddenly, Xiaofan was the center of attention. "It's simple. Increase your skill completion rates," Xiaofan said. He could not help but laugh at everyone's serious expressions. His skill completion rate hovered around 95%, so he could increase his skill's effects by an additional 50% or so. In addition to the various powerful items he wore, his damage would naturally be greatly superior to the members of Zero Wing's main force. "Guild leader, how high is your skill completion rate?" Aqua Rose asked curiously. She knew full well that Xiaofang's skill completion rate was very high. However, her skill completion rate was not low, either. After a period of arduous training, she had managed to maintain it between 83% to 85%. Throughout White River City, this completion rate was definitely considered top tier. As for Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, they maintained a stable 85%. 95%. Xiaofan stated straightforwardly. 95%? Everyone inhaled sharply. After the third evolution of God's domain, all players had discovered the importance of skill completion rate. Hence, they had all begun to train in order to improve. However, even raising it by 1% was extremely difficult. It was especially true after reaching the 80% threshold. Yet, Xiaofan had actually reached 95%, which was 10% higher than Fire Dance, the most powerful player in Zero Wing's main force. They all understood that at 85% completion rate, one would display 100% of a skill's effect. Meanwhile, every increment of 1% afterward would increase the effect significantly. It was simply inconceivable how high the skill's effect would be at 95% completion rate. Originally, none of them had any idea of Xiaofang's strength. Now, however, they fully understood just how powerful their guild leader was. 95%? Fire Dance was similarly shocked. Looking at Xiaofan, she inwardly swore, "I will reach 95% as well." Is this the guild leader's strength? Shadow Sword's eyes glowed. This was the first time he felt that his decision to join Zero Wing had been the right one. In truth, Shadow Sword wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Every team member was suddenly enthusiastic, thinking the same thing. For a time, everyone's reverence and admiration towards Xiaofan rose to a whole new level. They all dreamed of the day when they would reach Xiaofang's standard. Time quickly passed. Due to Xiaofang's stimulation, everyone became even more serious about experimenting to increase their skill completion rates. The Bluefire Crow King's HP continuously decreased. 98%. 96%. 90%. In just a few short minutes, the Crow King's HP dropped to 70%. Releasing an angry cry, the Bluefire Crow King soared into the air. "Everyone, take caution. The boss has entered its third phase," Xiaofan warned. Chapter 625, Team's First Clear. After the judgment of the 7 stars suppressed the Bluefire Crow King, the blue flames it spewed posed no threat to anyone. In addition, Xiaofan would always give a timely reminder before the boss released its flames and... Until now, the Crow King's flames had not struck a single player. However, when the Bluefire Crow King entered its third phase, the battle truly began. They had all fought the Bluefire Crow King dozens of times now, but they always wiped at the boss's third phase. Hence, now that the Bluefire Crow King entered this particular phase, they grew anxious. If they were facing the hard-mode Bluefire Crow King, they would not be worried at all. After all, their team's current combat power had reached a whole new level compared their last attempt. It would be child's play for them to conquer hard mode. However, they were currently in the hell mode ruins of the Crow God. The Bluefire Crow King's skills would be far more powerful than before. After the Crow King released an angry cry, 18 Bluefire Crows descended from the sky. Not only had the Hell Mode Bluefire Crow King entered its third phase at 70% HP, but the Bluefire Crows it summoned also started out at Chieftain rank right off the bat. In hard mode, the Bluefire Crows only started out as special elites. Every member of the main force was capable of soloing one on their own. However, chieftains were different. There were less than 10 players on the team capable of soloing chieftain. Moreover, the chieftain-ranked Bluefire Crows of Hell Mode each had 900,000 HP, 200,000 more than hard mode. This raised the burden on the team's DPS to devastating levels. The Bluefire Crows activated their growth skill once every 2 minutes. In other words, if they did not die in 2 minutes, they would become lords. At that time, they would be far more difficult to deal with. However, the 18 chieftain-ranked Bluefire Crows had a total of 16,200,000 HP. This boss is bullshit. Blackie's expression turned grim. If this were hard mode, the Stars of Light skill he had saved would still be of some help. However, against chieftains with 900,000 HP, even Stars of Light would not do much against them. Everyone, activate the power of darkness. Hearing Xiaofang's command, everyone did as he said, their basic attributes increasing by 30%. As the lead MT, Cola's HP instantly soared to slightly over 20,000. The shield warrior Yi Wumian's HP had also increased to more than 19,000. Both of their damages and reaction speeds had also improved. Turtledove, pull the Bluefire Crow's aggro. All mages, get ready to cast your AoE skills on my command, Xiaofan said unhurriedly. Immediately, Turtledove, a guardian knight with over 17,000 HP, charged into the group of Bluefire Crows and activated Iron Will. All 18 Bluefire Crows were caught within the skill's range and were forced to focus on Turtledove. Following which, Turtledove activated Protection Blessing. The Tier 1 Protection Blessing could reduce its target's damage taken by 70%, 20% more than the Tier 0 version of the skill. The skill's duration was also slightly longer, lasting up to 20 seconds. However, the chieftain-ranked Bluefire Crows were no trivial matter. Every one of their beak attacks dealt nearly -500 damage to Turtledove. Fortunately, although Turtledove had aggroed all 18 chieftains, only 6 could attack her at a single time. In other words, the Guardian Knight took nearly -3,000 damage with each wave of attacks. To Turtledove, who had over 17,000 HP, this damage was no threat. Following which, Turtledove received one heal after another, each heal recovering 1 or 2,000 HP for the Guardian Knight. The healers could easily stabilize Turtledove's HP. However, Protection Blessing only lasted for 20 seconds. Once the buff expired, she could not endure the simultaneous attack of 6 Bluefire Crows. Good. Xiaofan smiled. After finding a good location, he activated Skywheel Sword. As golden divine swords rained down from the sky, the 18 Bluefire Crows were immediately trapped within the skill's effective area. Immediately, damages of over -4,000 points appeared above the crows' heads. Of course, Turtledove, who stood in the center of this onslaught, received damage from Skywheel Sword as well. This was why AoE skills were not suited for dungeons. However, thanks to Protection Blessing and Iron Will, the Guardian Knight only received slightly more than -700 damage from Xiaofang's attack. However, Xiaofan was far from satisfied. Blackie, cast Guardian of Light on Turtledove. Xiaofan said. Guardian of Light was one of Mavis's guard's additional skills. When cast, the target of the skill would become immune to all magic damage. The physical damage they received would also reduce by 80%, and they would recover 5% HP every second for 20 seconds. It was definitely a super life-saving skill. When Blackie waved his staff, a golden glow wrapped around Turtledove's body. Once she received the proper buffs, Xiaofan no longer held back as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. After his strength increased by 100%, he activated the Aura of Fire's skill, Firestorm. Just before the roaring flames devoured Turtledove, Xiaofan switched the Aura of Fire to the Aura of Water, casting Life Bloom on her. Due to the Aura of Water increasing healing effects by 100%, Turtledove could recover up to 60% of her HP every second for 40 seconds. With Turtledove's HP, she was practically immortal for the moment. Although Firestorm dealt over -40,000 damage to the Bluefire crows every second, the spell was ineffective against Turtledove as she was immune to all magic damage. Moreover, she had Life Bloom, which recovered over 10,000 HP for her every second, the healer's attention, and the cleric's truth shield. As a result, the damage the Bluefire crows dealt was not even a scratch to her. Even if she stood still and did nothing, her life would not be in any danger. Everyone was immediately stupefied. Watching the female guardian knight Turtledove fight the many Bluefire crows amidst the raging inferno, it seemed as if these destructive flames were no different than a breeze, safe and harmless. The more Turtledove fought, the more valiant she became. At this moment, she seemed like a goddess of war and fire, demanding reverence. Everyone, use your AoE skills. Xiaofan commanded. A moment later, the team's mages cast their AoE skills. Although they were not as powerful as large-scale destruction spells, these AoE skills still dealt several thousand damage to the Bluefire crows. Among them, Blackie's Stars of Light caused massive amounts of damage to the chieftains. The first wave alone dealt over -4,000 damage to each crow. The damage of every subsequent wave increased by 10%, lasting for a total of 15 seconds. Xiaofan also looked for opportunities to use Dragon Breath, Thundering Flame, Flame God's Fury, Earth Splitter, Thunder Flame Explosion, and other AoE skills. 15 seconds later, the Bluefire crows were in a half-crippled state, possessing less than 5% of their total HPs. A few unlucky Bluefire crows that had received one too many critical hits had even died during these past 15 seconds. Of the 18 Bluefire crows that had been summoned, only 11 remained. Xiaofang's figure then swayed slightly as he sent several more strikes at these Bluefire crows. Adding in the team's damage, they dealt with the remaining 11 Bluefire crows in less than 10 seconds. Once the Bluefire crows had been annihilated, it became much easier to deal with the Bluefire Crow King. Moreover, now that Xiaofan had activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his damage against the Great Lord doubled. Within 3 minutes, the Bluefire Crow King only had slightly more than 1 million HP remaining. It's finally here. Xiaofan smiled calmly. The Bluefire Crow King had a total of 4 phases. Everyone had thought that the most difficult phase was the 3rd phase. However, what everyone did not know was that the Crow King used its true trump card during its 4th phase. The Bluefire Crow King would only enter its 4th phase when its HP fell below 1 million. That was also when the entire raiding team would be the most tired and relaxed. It would be at this moment that the Crow King would transform into a living inferno and become a fire crow. During this phase, any enemies within 50 yards would receive -1,000 damage every second. However, that was only in the case of hard mode. In hell mode, players received -1,600 damage every second. If the raiding team could not deal 1 million damage to the Bluefire Crow King before every member died, they would team wipe. In the past, countless teams had repeatedly died at the 4th phase and had been unable to clear the dungeon, all because they had lacked a true ultimate skill. Just as the Bluefire Crow King's HP was about to fall below the 1 million threshold, Xiaofan activated Blade Liberation, increasing both his strength and agility by 90%. He then activated Silent Steps and appeared behind the Bluefire Crow King, and both his body and the abyssal blade began to release a brilliant glow. Divine Providence. Flame burst. Slash after slash struck the Bluefire Crow King's back. Minus 122,154. Minus 61,846. Minus 122,454. After 15 consecutive strikes, the Bluefire Crow King's HP, which had been slightly over 1,000,000 a moment ago, bottomed out. The Crow King released a sorrowful cry before falling heavily to the ground. Chapter 626, Famous. Inside the ruins of the Crow God. A handsome young man in white robes commanded his team as they attacked the Bluefire Crow King. This cleric drew runes in midair without rest, using one healing spell after another. Moreover, these spells weren't ordinary spells. Rather, they were Tier 1 healing spells. Yet, his casting speed was the same as when others cast Tier 0 healing spells. All the while doing so, he wore a relaxed expression, his actions were seemingly effortless. In the blink of an eye, the team's low HP MT recovered to full health. This youth was none other than the commander of Heaven's Burial's main force, Flame Blood. Just 3% HP to go. Raise the damage output. Flame Blood shouted sternly. Currently, less than half of the original team of 50 remained, the Bluefire Crow King's flames having burned every one of them to death. Losing 1000 HP every second was simply too much. Even Flame Blood, one of the virtual gaming world's top 10 newcomers, could only focus on keeping the team's lead MT and himself alive. At best, he could cast instantaneous healing spells on some of the team's main DPS, though the effects were very weak. After the Bluefire Crow King had entered its fourth phase, it had entered its berserk state. Not only had its attack speed increased, but its attack range had also improved. Some of the team members who could not dodge its attacks in time died instantly. Despite the Bluefire Crow King having only 3% of its HP remaining, to the surviving members of the team, it felt like an iron fortress that they could not break through no matter what they tried. Heaven's Burial wasn't the only one in such a situation. At this moment, Overwhelming Smile was also struggling. Only, Overwhelming Smile was having a slightly easier time of it. Though the Bluefire Crow King they faced still had 4% of its HP remaining, they had more than 40 members still alive. The few deaths had simply been due to bad luck, and they had failed to escape the High Lord's attack range in time. Sure enough, it's not that easy to obtain the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. Warwolf dodged the Bluefire Crow King's attacks to the best of his ability by relying on Omnivision, the technique he was extremely proficient with. Although he could not dodge all of the High Lord's attacks, he was still capable of evading 1/3 of them. This greatly reduced the burden on the healers, leaving them with plenty of excess power to heal the other members of the team, keeping as many as possible alive. If not for a powerful lead MT like Warwolf masterfully redirecting the Crow King's attacks, it would have been impossible for so many members of the team to have survived until now. However, even so, this was the third time Overwhelming Smile had challenged the hard-mode Bluefire Crow King's fourth phase. The Bluefire Crow King's HP gradually decreased. 3%. 2%. 1%. White River City Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 2 million EXP, 50 silver, 80 White River City reputation points, and 20 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Star Moon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 3 million EXP, 3 Tier 2 gemstones of random attributes, 100 White River City reputation points, and 50 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. God's Domain Southern Continent System announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for becoming the first team to conquer the Hell Mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 5 million EXP, 1 Tier 3 Gemstone of Random Attributes, 80 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points, and 5 Humanity reputation points. The system announcement echoed in everyone's ears 3 times. How is this possible? Both Overwhelming Smiles and Heaven's Burial's teams were shocked speechless. The hard mode ruins of the Crow God had already caused them brutal headaches, yet, just as they were a thread away from success, Zero Wing snatched the lead and cleared the Hell mode ruins of the Crow God. However, although they were shocked, none of them stopped what they were doing. Only, they were no longer as motivated as they attacked the Bluefire Crow King. A moment later, the High Lord-ranked Bluefire Crow King fell at War Wolf's feet. At that moment, the system announcement rang out once more. White River City Region System announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 1 million EXP, 20 silver, 30 White River City reputation points, and 10 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Star Moon Kingdom Region System announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode of Ruins of the Crow God. All players on the team will be rewarded with 2 million EXP, 1 Tier 2 Gemstones of Random Attributes, 50 White River City reputation points, and 20 Star Moon Kingdom reputation points. Compared to the previous system announcement, however, this announcement was meaningless. Zero Wing had already cleared Hell mode. On the other hand, Overwhelming Smile had only managed to clear hard mode. Rather than gaining glory, Overwhelming Smile had become a laughing stock. One could clearly see the gap between the two guilds. However, this gap was not due to Overwhelming Smile's weakness. Zero Wing was just too powerful. In the end, we still lost. A bitter smile appeared on War Wolf's pale face. Before this, he had received news stating that Black Flame had led Zero Wing's main force into the Hell mode ruins of the Crow God. Although he felt that there was a possibility that Zero Wing would conquer Hell mode, he had never expected that they would clear it so quickly. On Heaven's Burial side, the guild's main force also defeated the Bluefire Crow King. Sure enough, Zero Wing is not White River City's overlord for nothing. However, Heaven's Burial will not let this rest. Sooner or later, we will catch up to them. Fighting spirit filled Flame Blood's eyes. That is only a matter of course. It has been a long time since I've encountered such an opponent. It seems that Black Flame is quite formidable. The assassin with flowing straight hair beside Flame Blood was similarly enthusiastic. However, there was an undetectable coldness hidden in his gaze. He seemed like a beast that had just found new prey. Glancing at the assassin youth beside him, Flame Blood laughed and said humorously, "It seems that Black Flame is in for a tragedy." He actually attracted the attention of the famous Ghost Shadow. Heaven's Burial's future development in White River City will progress much more smoothly. Although I wish to exchange a few moves with him, I am still too weak. Once I complete my quest, I can definitely test Black Flame's skills. Ghost Shadow shook his head in response to Flame Blood's words. He then sheathed his pair of pitch-black short swords and took out a return scroll. He was not the slightest bit interested in the Bluefire Flame King's loot. Compared to Heaven's Burial and Overwhelming Smile's shock, all of White River City, no, all of Star Moon Kingdom was in an uproar. Throughout God's Domain, many teams had already obtained the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. However, that was only limited to 50-man hard mode team dungeons. No one in the surrounding dozen or so kingdoms or several empires had managed to clear Hell mode. A newly established guild like Zero Wing stole this glory. It was simply inconceivable. For a time, Zero Wing's reputation soared to new heights. Previously, Zero Wing's success in fending off the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's assault had attracted the attention of over a dozen kingdoms and empires. However, Zero Wing had only been protecting themselves. Moreover, they had relied on the strength of NPC guards rather than their own members. There was no need to grow wary of Zero Wing. Now, however, things had changed completely. Claiming the first clear of a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon showed that the guild's overall strength should not be underestimated. Zero Wing? Phoenix Rain could not help but smile upon hearing the system notification. It seems that I have underestimated Black Flame's abilities. Fragrance, prepare to head to White River City. Miss, why are we going to White River City? Pantheon's guild leader will arrive shortly, the pretty woman named Pure Fragrance asked, confused. We are going to meet that mysterious Black Flame, of course. Phoenix Rain laughed. Black Flame? Pure Fragrance could not help her curiosity. Who was Black Flame? Could he possibly compare to the guild leader of the Super Guild Pantheon? Chapter 627, Divine Bluefire Shield. As the outside world reacted to Zero Wing's achievement, Xiaofan busied himself with arranging the Bluefire Crow King's loot. System: Hell Mode Ruins of the Crow God has been cleared for the first time. Loot increased by 100%. Divine Providence would already increase the loot from the Bluefire Crow King. Now that the loot had doubled, items covered the ground. With a single glance, one could count more than 30 items, though the majority consisted of various rare materials. Is this the loot of a large-scale Hell Mode team dungeon? Blackie's eyes shone with wonder as his jaw hit the ground. Although Xiaofan had yet to appraise the dropped items, based on their majestic appearances and magical rune engravings, it was obvious that the weapons and equipment that had dropped were anything but ordinary. Secret silver items couldn't even compare to these. Moreover, the Bluefire Crow King was a level 30 Great Lord, so everything it dropped would be level 30. To the team members who still wore level 25 equipment, this was a massive haul. Zero Wing had quite a few level 30 items now. After all, as the members of the guild's main force were mostly level 29 or level 30, they could raid level 30, 6-man party dungeons, 10-man team dungeons, and even 20-man team dungeons. Only, the quality and attributes of the equipment they obtained was not particularly good. Most were bronze or mysterious iron rank, and very little of their loot was secret silver rank or above. Every increase in 5 levels for equipment was the equivalent of a single increase in quality rank. If one could equip a piece of level 30 fine gold equipment, it would be the equivalent of equipping a piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. If they equipped a piece of level 30 dark gold equipment, that was the equivalent of wearing a level 25 item with attributes that were extremely close to epic rank. Currently, most of the top-tier weapons and equipment the various large guilds possessed was level 25 fine gold rank, very few had any dark gold items. In addition, there were also level 30 secret silver rank and extremely few fine gold items. If Zero Wing had level 30 dark gold equipment, it would be considered the best equipment beneath epic equipment and tier 1 set equipment. Although combat techniques were important, a player's basic attributes were equally so. Meanwhile, not only had their team just defeated a level 30 Great Lord, but its drop rate had also increased by 100%. It was natural for the boss to drop a few level 30 dark gold equipment. After picking up all of the loot, Xiaofan began appraising the weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose began distributing the guild contribution points for successfully raiding the dungeon. All raid members would get priority to purchase the weapons and equipment from their dungeon raids with guild contribution points. If nobody wanted the items, only then would they occupy the guild warehouse with a reasonably high price tag, allowing other guild members to purchase them. After successfully raiding a Great Lord ranked boss, everyone received a bounty of guild contribution points. However, no one paid attention to the points they had just earned. Instead, their attention was focused on Xiaofan, every one of them prepared to go for broke today. Within Zero Wing's main force, aside from players such as Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, Cola, Yi Wumian, Blackie, Minor Wind, and a few others, none of their items could compare to the dropped equipment from a large-scale Hell Mode team dungeon. This was because Xiaofan had given Fire Dance and the others a complete Tier 1 set equipment, the best equipment available for Tier 1 classes that was only inferior to Epic set equipment. Hence, until they became a Tier 2 class, they would not need to replace their equipment unless they procured a set of Epic set equipment for themselves. A short moment later, Xiaofan finished appraising the loot. A total of 33 items had dropped, and among them, 19 were materials such as magic crystals, 100 beast wood, which was required to construct stables, essence of mana, which was required to construct teleportation magic arrays, and several other super rare materials. Normally, one would not obtain these materials even if they defeated Great Lord ranked bosses. Now, however, they had actually gained 2 or 3 of each. The benefits of obtaining the first clear of Hell Mode are impressive, Xiaofan stated. He could not help but smile as he gazed at the weapons and equipment inside his bag. Guild leader, what items dropped to make you this happy? Aqua Rose knew of Xiaofan's tastes. Items that could excite Xiaofan would definitely be something extraordinarily good. That's right. Guild leader, share the stats. Although Blackie wielded an epic staff, he still liked seeing the attributes of excellent weapons and equipment. I won't waste your time. Here, look at this item first, then. Xiaofan took out a deep red two-handed sword that emitted pale blue flames. Not only was the weapon extremely attractive, but it also felt as if it possessed extraordinary power. Bluefire double-edged sword, two-handed sword, dark gold rank. Level 30, level 35. Attack power plus 702, currently level 30. Strength plus 54, agility plus 41, endurance plus 44. Attack speed plus 2. Ignore levels plus 10. Attacks have 30% chance to trigger Bluefire attack, causing an additional 120% flame damage to the target and reducing the target's defense by 30% for 7 seconds. 20% chance to cause 200% damage. 10% chance to trigger Bluefire dance, causing 300% flame damage in a cone. Although the Bluefire double-edged sword did not have any active skills, it had plenty of passive skills. Its attack power alone was more impressive than the level 30 Abyssal Blade. It was a weapon made for violence. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air upon seeing the Bluefire double-edged sword's attributes. Crap. Even epic weapons aren't any better than this. Blackie was stunned. He possessed an epic weapon himself, so he could tell just how excellent of a weapon the Bluefire double-edged sword was. It was of the same caliber as the True Fire Blade's Fire Dance wielded. If one of the team's berserkers equipped this two-handed sword, their DPS would soar by several levels. Their damage would be close to Fire Dance's. Moreover, the Bluefire double-edged sword could be upgraded to level 35. It could rank at the top even amongst level 40 weapons. In other words, if one equipped the two-handed sword, they would not have to worry about replacing their weapon even when they reached level 40. Immediately, the berserkers within the team started drooling, staring at the Bluefire double-edged sword with burning gazes. Such powerful attributes. This sword alone could push a berserker's damage to the top of the team, Fire Dance said in awe. Don't be so shocked by this item. The Bluefire double-edged sword only ranks 3rd out of the weapons and equipment we obtained. Xiaofan shook his head as he chuckled. He then revealed a red and black buckler, saying, "This is the 2nd best item." Hearing Xiaofan's claim, everyone was surprised. Such an excellent weapon was not the best piece of equipment that dropped. The red and black buckler was only 1/3 the size of an ordinary shield. However, the image of the Bluefire Crow King had been engraved onto the shield, surrounded by many runes. With a single glance, one could tell that this buckler was extraordinary. Divine Bluefire Shield, Dark Gold rank. Level 30, Level 35. Defense plus 1950, currently level 30. Equipment requirement, Strength 220. Defense plus 550. Block rate, 42%. Strength plus 31, Endurance plus 47. Evasion plus 15. Attack speed plus 2. Additional passive skill dash. Bluefire Shield, absorbs 30% of the damage taken and converts it into Bluefire. When accumulated damage reaches 5,000 points, causes 150% damage to an area of 3 by 10 yards in front of user. Additional active skill dash. Rising Fire, when activated, sacrifice 20% HP to transform Bluefire into the Armor of Flames, increasing defense by 150% and strength by 40% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Chapter 628, Guild Mount. The moment the divine Bluefire shield appeared, hunger burned in the eyes of every MT on the team, even Cola drooled. The shield was crucial to any MT. It was the equivalent of half of an MT's life. Not a single MT would pass up an excellent shield. The best shield Zero Wing currently had was a level 25 Dark Gold shield. However, compared to the divine Bluefire shield, it was no more than scrap metal. Not only did the divine Bluefire shield possess extremely high defense, but it also had a powerful attack skill and berserk skill. If an MT equipped it, they would no longer be just a meat shield. The damage they could deal would be no less than what a normal DPS classes could do. This divine Bluefire shield's attributes are better than even the current first-ranking shield, the Blue Dawn. Aqua Rose was greatly shocked and she examined the red-black buckler. Most likely, this is the best shield currently available throughout God's domain. As the manager of a guild, Aqua Rose normally collected information on the various large guilds throughout God's domain. For example, she knew which guilds had been active recently, members of the main force of various large guilds, experts, and the latest powerful equipment. Blue Dawn was a level 30 Dark Gold shield. However, a super guild had obtained this shield through a quest, and it had made many other super guilds jealous. Many corporations had even offered an astronomical price of 1,000 gold for it. On the other hand, the divine Bluefire shield was a Dark Gold shield that would improve to level 35. Setting aside its basic attributes, just the passive skill Bluefire shield and active skill Rising Fire were excellent skills. The Bluefire shield was clearly more valuable than the Blue Dawn. Not including epic shields, it would not be an exaggeration to call it the most powerful shield currently available in God's domain. However, Aqua Rose very quickly realized something. If the divine Bluefire shield, something that was so important to a guild, only ranked second among the loot they had obtained, what kind of item ranked first? Very quickly, the rest of the team reached the same conclusion. Their gazes darted back to Xiaofan, expectation written all over their faces. Alright, then. I'll unveil the first ranking item. Xiaofan laughed. He then took out a purple-blue crystal necklace. Chances are that every magical class will go crazy over this. Bluefire Heart, Necklace, Dark Gold rank. Equipment requirement, Intelligence 200. Level 30, Level 40, currently level 30. Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Endurance plus 10, Intelligence plus 40, Vitality plus 35. Casting speed increased by 20%. Magic damage and healing effects increased by 20%. Passive skill dash. Mana Heart, maximum mana increased by 15% and mana recovery rate increased by 50%. Active Skill 1 dash. Bluefire Devour. Burn 30% of your mana in exchange for the power of Bluefire, increasing all skill effects by 200% and mana consumption rate by 200% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Active Skill 2 dash. Bluefire Summon. Summons 3 elite ranked Bluefire crows to battle for you for 30 minutes. Cooldown, 5 hours. The Bluefire Heart's basic attributes were average at best. However, the necklace's skills increased its value tremendously. The skills almost made up for all of the weaknesses a magical class possessed and enhanced their firepower. Most importantly, the Bluefire Heart was a necklace. Ornament-type items were extremely rare in God's domain. The value of one was multiple times that of a weapon or other equipment of the same quality and level. In the case of the Bluefire Heart, even a Tier 3 class would continue to use it. Hence, it was significantly more valuable than the Divine Bluefire Shield. Since you have seen the items for yourselves, you can start bidding for them, Xiaofan said, grinning at everyone's dumbfounded expressions. First up is the Bluefire Double-Edged Sword. The starting price is 20,000 GCP. Currently, Zero Wing's contribution points were worth roughly 30 copper per point. In other words, 20,000 contribution points was around 60 gold. However, this price didn't surprise any of them. For a weapon of the Bluefire Double-Edged Sword's caliber, this was considerably cheap. If it were on the auction house, it would sell for at least 200 or 300 gold. 21,000. 24,000. 26,000. For a time, the berserkers and swordsmen began fervently outbidding each other. As the members of the guild's main force, they frequently raided dungeons, especially small-scale team dungeons. Furthermore, they were the guild's frontline when it came to pioneering team dungeons. They would exchange most of their unwanted equipment for guild contribution points. In addition, they also completed the various high-level guild quests. Hence, they had accumulated quite a lot of guild contribution points. In the end, however, the guild's current number 1 berserker, Rampant Blade, won the weapon for 40,000 contribution points. Cola won the second item, the Divine Bluefire Shield, for 90,000 contribution points. However, this was practically Cola's entire fortune. It would be some time before he could compete with others for equipment. Aqua Rose bought the third item, the Bluefire Heart, using 150,000 contribution points. As the guild's vice leader, Aqua Rose enjoyed certain benefits. In addition, she also frequently participated in dungeon raids and guild quests, so she had accumulated an extraordinarily high number of guild contribution points. Not even the commander of Zero Wing's main force, Fire Dance, could hold a candle to Aqua Rose. In Zero Wing, only Xiaofan was a match for the woman. Everyone on the team envied these 3 players. These 3 pieces of equipment were definitely among the best currently available in God's domain. Equipping them would significantly boost their combat power. After all, no other guild in God's domain had managed to clear the hell mode of a 50-man team dungeon. Following which, various members of the team purchased other dark gold and fine gold equipment, increasing the overall strength of the entire team significantly. As for the other materials, he stored them in the guild warehouse. Everyone, head back to the city and get some rest. Our next goal is to challenge a 100-man team dungeon, Xiaofan said slowly. Blackie, Fire Dance, Cola, Violet, and Aqua, stay behind. I'll need you guys to accompany me on a quest. Quest? Everyone could not help but grow interested. Xiaofan was the publicly acknowledged number 1 expert in Star Moon Kingdom. Just what kind of quest would he need help with? However, everyone only wondered about it, none of them volunteered to assist. After all, weaklings like them would never survive a quest that even Xiaofan would need help to complete. They needed a certain amount of strength before they could embark on such a quest. Otherwise, Xiaofan would not have called the top-ranking experts of the guild to join him. After everyone else returned to the city, Blackie, who could no longer hold back his curiosity, asked, "Guild leader, what kind of quest are we doing? Why the need for such secrecy?" "Guild leader, is it an epic quest? I've been wanting to give an epic quest a try." Cola's eyes glowed. Epic quests. No one, other than Xiaofan, in the guild had taken on an epic quest yet. First of all, ignoring how rare an epic quest was, they were simply too difficult. Moreover, in the event that one failed an epic quest, the consequences would be extremely severe. However, if one completed the quest, the rewards would be astonishing. Although I call it a quest, I need help capturing a wild beast. Xiaofan shook his head and laughed. Capturing a wild beast? Everyone grew confused. It was possible to capture wild beasts in God's domain. However, capture was far more difficult than simply killing it for EXP. Even if one captured a wild beast, there was nothing they could do with it. At most, they could leave it in a corner and look at it. Most importantly, players had to spend a lot of money to capture a wild beast. Hence, at present, nobody was willing to spend their time on something so costly. "Don't you want to capture a wild beast and ride it as a mount?" Xiaofan said, smiling. Upon hearing these words, a hint of anticipation flashed in everyone's eyes. "However, I heard that, in order to capture a wild beast to tame it into a mount, a guild first needs a stable," Aqua Rose stated. "Guild leader, we don't have a stable. We'll have to challenge 100-man team dungeons to obtain one." Xiaofan simply laughed without offering a reply. "Guild leader, don't tell me that you already have the design," Aqua Rose asked in disbelief, her beautiful eyes widening as she stared at Xiaofan. "You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.